A good Saturday evening to you and welcome inside Avon, Ohio. The hosts for this evening's game between the Evansville Otters and Lake Erie Crushers. I'm Matthew Will, joining you for another edition of Otters Baseball. Let's not waste any time. Get right back into last night's game. First things first, this was a strong game for the Otters, one that they got ahead of early, getting a solo home run from Zac Biermann in the first inning. And then once they gave up the lead in the second, kept themselves close the entire game. They kept digging into the lead just to give up one more run, grabbing a couple more runs just to give up another. And back and forth the two teams went. The Otters getting close, the Crushers pulling away, the Otters getting close, the Crushers pulling away. Finally, the game tied in the top of the eighth inning by the Otters, but then in the bottom of the eighth, they gave up a RBI triple to Keenan Irizarry. That gives the Crushers their game-winning run. The Otters were unable to bring runs across in the ninth, and the final score was 8-7. But let the record show that's not a bad performance. It's not a game to hang your head on. It's one where you can stand tall, be proud of the effort that was put out there by the guys all evening long, and at the end of the day, you can know you played a good game. You were just plain beaten, which is something that the Otters haven't really been able to say too much recently. A lot of their games that they've lost have been by larger margins. This one, they were in the whole way, just couldn't quite be the ones to finish it off. In fact, during batting practice today, during the whole span of the day, it was unlike any other day after a loss. The morale was very high. There was lots of smiles. The group was very confident. You could tell that they were all proud of the work they did last night. They just ended a tiny bit behind. And, of course, that's how it works in baseball. You win some, you lose some. The nice thing about the Frontier League baseball season is there is 96 games, and hopefully last night's will not matter as much in the grand scheme of things. They're ready to go once again this evening with Lake Erie. We've got an interesting matchup on the mound as well. It'll be Jason Alvarez, who is on the bump for Lake Erie. That's another familiar face for the Otters, as they just faced him last week there in Evansville. In fact, that was the final game of the series, the one that the Otters were able to get. They also gave Jason Alvarez a loss in the game. On the season, though, Alvarez is a solid man on the mound, going to strike a lot of individuals out. That's the big thing about him. So far on the year, he's got a 6.55 ERA, a 1-2 record in the 6 games he's appeared thus far. He's given up 28 runs on 33 hits in 34 innings, but he's a high strikeout man. Like I said, 50 strikeouts, 24 walks. It's pretty simple with this guy. You're going to do one of 3 things every single time, and you're going to get a base hit, and you're going to get lots of base hits, or you're going to get the Jay Alvarez who strikes out your entire batting order. It's really been one or the other all year long with Jay Alvarez. He's been on the tough side of a couple of no decisions. He's earned the one win. The couple of losses were tough luck losses where his offense couldn't back him up quite enough. But we'll just have to wait and see which Jay Alvarez we get tonight. As for the Otters, we're going to see Steve Pastora tonight, a man making his first start of 2022 and actually his first appearance in professional baseball since 2019. A little bit more on Steve Pastora. Bounced around at a lot of different colleges looking for a place to call home. Had some experience before college as well, obviously. He's from Redwood City, California, and attended Western Michigan, Lewis and Clark State Community College, William Jessup, and NAIA. So he's seen both NCAA, he's seen JUCO, he's seen NAIA competition. Did a lot of batting in college, but that's when he fully developed into the pitcher he is now. That's where he got his leap into professional baseball as well. He was not drafted, but he did go right into professional baseball in 2018 with the Wichita Wingnuts, who were a team that used to be in the American Association from my hometown. He actually pitched in the final year of the team's existence back in 2018. During that year, he came out of the bullpen for a few games, closed out a couple of games, was strong in those couple, but didn't really have enough to really prove himself. He worked hard in that offseason in 2018-19, enough to earn himself a deal in affiliated ball. He went to play in the rookie system with the Milwaukee Brewers in the Pioneer League there in the bottom rookie league when Pioneer was still in that rookie-affiliated area with the Rocky Mountain Vibes. With the Vibes, he ended up pitching in a handful of games, almost 15, and throughout that gave up quite a few hits and runs, but controlled the games he was in well, meaning he was put into a lot of games where his team was up by 2 or 3, and he was able to hold the lead where it was at and give the Vibes a chance to win every night. So exactly what the Otters are in search of right now. He has been dealing with a knee injury for quite some time. That's what kept him out, in all seriousness, of the last couple of seasons. It is not feeling like he's 100% for baseball, but here he is, finally ready to go. He was supposed to start a couple of weeks ago, but then was not able to come off the IL quite yet. So he's finally going to get his first start of 2022 tonight, his first start since all the way back in college, and his first appearance on the mound since 2019 when he played for the Rocky Mountain Vibes. Continue to talk more about Steve Pastora a little bit later. At this time, we will take a glance through both of the starting lineups. First, for the home team, the Lake Erie Crushers. Like I mentioned, Jay Alvarez on the mound for him. The leadoff batter will be the center fielder, Austin White, formerly of Coastal Carolina. Rock solid hitter at the top of that Crushers order. That's followed by the shortstop, Keenan Irizarry, and the first baseman, Jackson Valera. Valera, I mean, really, you could say Irizarry as well, but I think Valera, Gidder, and Owings, the 3, 4, 5 of this lineup, really hard-hitting, solid pieces of this lineup. And when they're playing here at home, they're going to hit hard baseballs into the outfield. And quite often, they're either going to get themselves a ground rule double with something bouncing out there, or they're going to earn themselves a triple with something that just rolls to the wall because of how fast this outfield plays. Got to be careful for the middle of this order. Like I mentioned, Valera batting third. Then it's the left fielder, Jake Gidder, batting fourth. Batting fifth is the third baseman, Connor Owings. Batting sixth, the second baseman, Coco Figuerito. Batting seventh is the catcher, Casey Combs, who they just acquired in a trade today from Florence. So the man that the Otters did play against a couple of times earlier this week will come play catcher for the Crushers. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, Danny Perez. And batting ninth is the right fielder, Sean Cheely. Their defensive alignment, Gidder in left, White in center, Cheely in right, Owings at third, Irizarry at short, Figuerito at second, Valera at first. It looks identical to the way it did last night. The only difference is Casey Combs there behind the plate, and then a change up there at the DH spot as well. Now the starting lineup for the Evansville Otters, who will bring Miles Gordon back to the Edward Jones leadoff hitter spot. He's playing center field, batting first. Batting second is the first baseman, Zac Biermann, who returns back to his normal playing spot. And then batting third, returning to his normal playing spot, is the left fielder, Jeffrey Baez. Batting fourth, the cleanup man, is the DH, Steven Sinsley. Batting fifth, the right fielder, Elijah Mcnamee. Batting sixth is the third baseman, J.R. Davis. Batting seventh, the shortstop, George Khalil. Batting eighth, the catcher, Justin Felix. And batting ninth is the second baseman, Andy Armstrong. And like I mentioned, Steve Pastora on the mound for the Otters this evening. Take this opportunity to walk you through the Steel Corp Frontier League standings. On the East, the Quebec Capitales still hold a very brief lead over the Ottawa Titans. They've bounced back and forth a little bit. Currently, their lead is at 1 full game. Then you have to go down to 5 games back to find the Sussex County Miners, and 8 games back for the Tri-City Valley Cats. At 5th is the New York Boulders at 8.5 back. New Jersey and Trois-Rivières, both 9 games back. Empire State, 0-35 on the year, 25.5 games back. In the West, it's still the Wild Things of Washington leading the way. Evansville's fallen back to 2.5 games out of the lead. Joliet, 5.5 games back out of the lead. That Joliet team will come to Evansville starting Tuesday night for a 3-game set. Should be very high-stakes, enjoyable baseball between the Otters and the Slammers of Joliet. In the 4th spot in the West Division, Gateway, who has put together a strong little stretch of baseball. They're 7 games back. At 5th and 6th, tied, are Windy City and Florence, 8 games back. Schaumburg has dropped back a ton. They're 9 games back and 5 games under 500. It has been really rough for the Boomers there of Schaumburg. And bringing up the rear in the West Division is this Lake Erie's Crushers team, who's at 15 and 22, 10 games back of the lead in the West Division. They have just concluded the meeting at the plate between the 2 coaches and the 3 umpires. And they are welcoming the players onto the field now for the national anthem. And right after that, we've got first pitch coming at you live here from Avon, Ohio, here at Mercy Health Stadium, as the Crushers and Otters do battle on a Saturday night. We've got first pitch coming at you next on the Otters Digital Network. And we are ready to kick things underway here in Avon, Ohio at Mercy Health Stadium, right along I-90 in Northern Ohio, for Game 2 of this three-game set between the Lake Erie Crushers and Evansville Otters. Again, welcome in. I'm Matthew Will, joining you for another edition of Evansville Otters Baseball. Once again, we are seeing just a couple of little changes in the Otters lineup tonight. Most of them have to do with where they're playing on the field, but also a couple of changes as where they're batting in the nine. We see the return of Miles Gordon to the lineup. Elijah Mcnamee returns back to the 5-hole and no longer in the leadoff spot. I liked what we saw from him in the leadoff spot, but I think, one of the things that gives the Otters more availability is having a strong hitter like Mcnamee be in the middle of the order, and I think he understands that is his role as well. Mcnamee almost had a couple of home runs last night. One of them for sure was absolutely robbed at the wall. In fact, the left fielder Gidder went climbing up towards the edge and pulled it back in. So he has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder there in the 5 spot. Tell you what, they have just thrown the final warm-up pitch. Meanwhile, out in right field, Steve Pastora is still finishing his warm-up for the Otters. But other than that, we're ready to get started here from Avon. Miles Gordon, the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, has made his way to the plate, and he's ready for his first at-bat in this one. He appeared at the very end of last night's game, just long enough to pinch hit, and he was the unfortunate final out for the Otters. The first option to him in this game is a called strike at the high inside corner. Fastball there from Jason Alvarez. Not as big a crowd so far tonight as the Crushers had last night, but still a nice turnout on a gorgeous day for baseball. I tell you what, it's been in the mid-80s all day yesterday and today here. Might have gotten to the high 80s, maybe low 90s yesterday right before batting practice, but the breeze has kept things really pleasant in Avon. Great setting for a couple of baseball games here. 2-1 the count to Gordon after a swinging strike and a ball high and in. And here comes the 2-1. Stays high, ball 3. Steve Pastora has finished his warm-up out there in right field, and he's making his way to the dugout now, ready to make his first start in nearly 4 years. A 3-1 towards Miles Gordon. Swinging strike. Is it caught? It is. For strike 2. It was a foul tip into the mitt. All the foul tip does, though, is save a couple extra seconds as the count's at 3-2. And down the right field line is Gordon, but the ball just gets a bit further foul. And it's just a really long strike 2. And the count remains at 3-2. Alvarez has himself ready. The payoff pitch to Gordon. And he is way out in front of it, but able to just barely get a little piece of it and put it back into the netting to keep himself alive at 3-2 on the count. Zac Biermann, Jeffrey Baez, the next two here in the first. The 3-2 once again, just a hair outside, ball 4. Miles Gordon starts off this game with a hard-earned free pass. It'll bring up the first baseman, Zac Biermann, who led off his night last night with a solo home run, one that he absolutely crushed out there. It extended his league lead in home runs to 13. One fact about Zac Biermann is there is not a better home run hitter in the Frontier League right now. First offering to him, low, ball 1. Miles Gordon got a huge lead over there at first, and his secondary jump as the pitch was sent home was even bigger. He was probably nearly halfway to second. The 1-0 to Zac Biermann. Gordon's off towards second. It's fouled off towards the netting. Biermann wanted to check his swing, and had he fully checked it, I think Miles Gordon might have had himself a stolen base. Instead, Gordon will make the run back to first, and I doubt we see him try again. right here along I-90 in Avon, Ohio, just a 20 or 25-minute drive outside of Cleveland. The 1-1. Biermann takes that way inside. Might have caught just a tiny piece of jersey. Regardless, it's ball 2, and the count's at 2-1. Alvarez has himself ready on the mound. A quick check over to second, and he sends home the 2-1. Stays way high, and the count's 3-1 to Zac Biermann. One of the things that makes Zac Biermann so special, he's just as patient at the mound, on the mound, as he is powerful. He finds a way to turn just about every at-bat into an opportunity for him. And it's one of the reasons that he's been able to keep his on-base percentage so high. .422 this season. As the catcher Combs goes out and has a talk with Alvarez. I had a feeling this was going to be a big issue tonight. Casey Combs was just traded into this Lake Erie team this morning. I imagine the deal was probably made potentially yesterday, so he was probably here earlier than that. But this is a Casey Combs that the Otters got to see at Florence earlier this week. Joins the team today, another new catcher on the Crushers. So obviously there is not the connection between pitcher and catcher that you need to have an effective game plan. The 3-1, Gordon's going again. It's lifted high and foul to the left side. Will end up out of the ballpark, in fact, to the left side. So the count's full now for Zac Biermann. Jay Alvarez trying to figure something out on the mound. The 3-2. There goes Gordon once again. The pitch stays high, so it won't matter. It's back-to-back walks to start off for the Otters. Exactly the situation they want to put Jeffrey Baez in, who makes his way to the plate now. Jeffrey Baez is a man on this team who the Otters knew coming into the season was going to give them this extreme bit of power. It's just one of the things that he made an impact in the Frontier League so it quickly and strongly last year when he joined the Otters midway through the season that it was expected for him to start the year as one of the hottest, most powerful hitters. Well, that's not the case. He has found a way to be very consistent these last couple of weeks. He starts off this at-bat by showing bunts. He pulls away at the last second, but it's a called strike one anyway. Tell you what, the Otters don't like playing on the road. I can tell you that much. 7-8 away from Bosse Field. 15-6 inside the friendly confines of Evansville. 0-1 the count towards Jeffrey Baez, the game's left fielder. And Alvarez is going to fake the throw out to second and just step off. He is really struggling early in this game. Combs sends him a sign from home. And here comes the 0-1. Baez lifts it up towards shallow left center field. It's dropping back and picked up by the shortstop, Keenan Irizarry, who falls way back to midway into left center field and made a catch over his shoulder for out number one. And unfortunately for the Otters, it wasn't deep enough that they could move Miles Gordon. He set himself up about a third of the way towards third, so if the ball happened to drop there by Irizarry, he would still get himself to third safely. It'll bring up the cleanup hitter for the Otters, designated hitter Steven Sinsley. Sinsley went hitless last night, but did have 2 walks in the game. This answers his Thursday night performance in Florence, where he hit 2 home runs. First pitch to him, a double steal. They will not throw either place. How many times have we seen the Otters execute the double steal and not even get a throw towards them because they both get such great jumps? Gordon is at third. Biermann is at second. The Otters have just 1 out. Steven Sinsley's looking at an 0-1 after a called strike. And that's the sole reason that Zac Biermann is now 5 for 5 in stolen bases this year. I'm pretty sure all 5 of them have been part of double steals with either Miles Gordon or Gary Mattis in front of him. 0-1 the count to Steven Sinsley. On the way from Alvarez. Just misses on the outside edge, and the count evens up at a ball and a strike. Otters have to score one or more runs in this first inning. Cannot put runners in second and third with one out and not bring them home. Especially with the way this road trip's gone so far, got to give yourself some runs and some insurance early. The 1-1 to Sinsley. Stays high. 2-1 the count. Like that we're seeing the Otters stay very patient at the plate. Make sure that Jason Alvarez has to pitch to them. They don't go chasing after the stuff that's not making its way home. Alvarez has himself ready on the mound. The 2-1. Sinsley lifts this one high. Foul. Will it stay in play? Owings thinks so, and it will. Just like that, there's 2 outs with a foul out by Steven Sinsley. Absolutely not ideal for the Otters. That'll bring up the right fielder, Elijah Mcnamee. Big hit Mac, as they called him at Mississippi State. He batted leadoff in these last couple of nights. Managed a few base hits, even got a triple last night. This is the perfect time for an extra base hit in this game to give the Otters a lead. Biermann at second, Gordon's at third. There's 2 outs on the board, and Elijah Mcnamee steps in with 2 outs. First pitch to him. Zooms it out towards left center field. Chasing after is Gidder and White, and Gidder will haul it in. A long run for him, and the inning ends with Otters on second and third, unable to bring either home. And after 1/2, it's Otters 0, Crushers headed to the plate. To the bottom of the first we go, and Steve Pastora heads to the mound for the first time in 2022. First time in almost 4 years, but he is headed up on the bump to pitch in a professional baseball game. Been battling with a knee injury in the early parts of this season. Otters have a little group of faithful right near their dugout, it seems. Austin White, the center fielder for Lake Erie, will head to the plate. The leadoff man for him. Pastora kicks and deals on the first pitch for his day. It's a ball just a tad bit high. In his warm-up, I thought his fastball looked really good, had a lot of heat to it, and he was able to keep it close, which is obviously the most important part. 1-0 headed home. That one is a called strike on the inside edge, again with the fastball. I like that. Go back-to-back with the fastball. Set yourself up to use the off-speed if you'd like. 1-1 on the way to White. Goes fastball again. It stays just a hair inside, and the count's at 2-1. White steps back in, looking at a 2-1 count as Pastora sends it home. Goes down and inside, and he's down in the count 3-1, just like we saw from Jason Alvarez to Miles Gordon in the top of the first inning. The 3-1 to White. Sent right back up the middle. Long run for Khalil. He brings it in. The throw to first will be just a bit off. It was a long stretch, and Biermann couldn't quite get to it. Good attempt from Khalil to keep it in. And it's a leadoff single for Austin White. That will bring up the shortstop Keenan Irizarry. Irizarry last night hit the game-winning RBI triple in the 8th inning that gave the Crushers the one run they needed to be lifted over the Otters. They win 8-7 in that one. Steve Pastora back on the mound, ready for the first pitch to Irizarry. The check over at first. He kicks and delivers. And it's a called strike one on the high inside corner with the fastball. Unfortunately, they don't have a radar gun here at Mercy Health Stadium, so I can't tell you exactly how quick Steve Pastora is pitching. Good throw over to first. Had Austin White kind of struggling to get back. He does get back in time, however. And the count's at 0-1. Huge lead for White over there at first. Pastora fires home on the 0-1. Runner goes. The throw out to second is way behind. It was two things. One, a great read from Austin White. He got a great jump. The second was that Justin Felix kind of fumbled the transition over to his throwing hand and was unable to get it out there in time. So it's stolen base now by Austin White. Has a runner on second with no outs and a 1-1 count to Keenan Irizarry. Long wait for Steve Pastora, and it actually causes a time called by Keenan Irizarry there at the plate. We'll run you through the defensive alignment while he is taking a quick breather. Baez, Gordon, Mcnamee left to right across the outfield, just like normal. J.R. Davis at third, George Khalil at short, Andy Armstrong at second, Zac Biermann at first. The 1-1 on its way to Irizarry. He strikes one towards left field. Baez makes a play over towards it, brings it in, but it bounces just in front of him for a back-to-back singles. There's runners on the corners with no outs. And Pastora hurries home, has a quick talk with his catcher, Justin Felix. It's Pastora on the mound, Felix behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Let them know that Evan the Otter sent you their way. Brings up the first baseman, Jackson Valera, who on the season thus far, batting .301, 7 doubles, 3 home runs to his name. Rock solid extra base hitter there in the 3 spot. First offering to him. He lifts it high and foul to the first base side. Biermann running that way. Thinks he has a play on it. He does. It's out number 1, a much needed out for the Otters. Like I mentioned in the pregame segment, this is where you get to some of the really dangerous hitters for Lake Erie. They have a good lineup, and this is where we're going to see a couple of them. Left fielder Jake Gidder is batting in the cleanup spot. Last night he had a double and a home run following a pair of strikeouts. He's followed by Connor Owings. Those two can really pack a 1-2 punch when it comes to this middle of the order. First offering to Jake Gidder. Bounces in for ball 1. Good stop by Justin Felix to keep it in front of him. Otters are wearing their primary blue jerseys with the script Otters written across the front in white and the white numbers on the back. Gray pants for them. They're in the blue road caps with the gray bills. 1-0 the count. Pastora taking his time to get the sign, has it, and will fire home on the 1-0. It's a called strike on the high inside corner. Nice job there by Pastora to bring the fastball and elevate it a little bit to zoom it by. 1-1 the counts. Irizarry at first, White at third, just one out here in the bottom of the first. Next pitch right across the numbers for a called strike 2. Tell you what, pitchers quite often can get burnt by attacking that part of the zone. Pastora just went there back-to-back times and succeeded on both. Pastora will step off and reset, looking at a 1-2 count with one out and runners on first and third. Otters are playing straight up, about halfway for a double play. The 1-2 bounces in. Good stop yet again by Justin Felix. The count evens up at a 2-2. Pastora will take a walk around the mound, checking things out, looking around his infield. And he's ready to go on the 2-2. Quick glance towards first, and here comes the 2-2. Put into play. Long run for Armstrong at second. He'll go to first for the sure thing out. He pump faked towards second, but didn't think he could get the ball there in time. Went ahead and took the smart out. Smart for him. Crushers are going to score one, but on the bright side, they'll score one and not potentially two. And the Otters were able to get themselves an out. 4-3 fielder's choice, the official scoring, as Irizarry will make it to second. White will score. And with a runner on second and two outs, the third baseman Connor Owings heads to the plate, another very dangerous hitter. It's a righty-lefty matchup. Pastora, the right-handed pitcher. Owings, the left-handed hitter. First offering from Pastora on the way. Called strike one on the high inside corner. I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and look. I don't think Steve Pastora has a swinging strike yet in this game. I'm pretty sure every strike he's recorded has been a called strike, and every time the batters have swung, they've put it in play. Regardless, 0-1 to the count. Pitch on the way. Extending the hands is Owings. It bounces forward. Felix pops up and grabs it, throws to first in plenty of time, and the Otters are able to get themselves out of the inning, just allowing one run. Great work by Felix there to help his pitcher out and close this out after one full inning. It's Lake Erie 1, Otters 0 here on the Otters Digital Network. Coming up is Davis, Khalil, and Felix at the plate. Top of the second inning, J.R. Davis, George Khalil, and Justin Felix due up. An interesting bottom of this order. Otters have some consistency issues in this bottom of the order. While they have good, strong hitting, some of these individuals have just struggled to do it very consistently. Of course, that can change any night, and that's always what you hope for. J.R. Davis has had a fairly good road trip thus far. We'll see what he can do batting here in the sixth spot. Starts off with a called strike on the high outside corner. He'll be followed by Khalil, Felix, and Armstrong. Khalil and Felix have each hit a home run here on the road trip so far, with Khalil getting his last night. Davis flies one out towards center field. Long run for White. He plays in probably 25 feet for out number one. And that's the thing that I think the Otters are looking for the most, is in this bottom piece of the lineup, where can they find a lot of consistency? And I think they're hoping that George Khalil, who has started to become more and more consistent every game, can start to work his average up even higher. He's at a 363 entering the series, 388 his on-base percentage. It's one of the things that makes George Khalil special all year long. He's done a great job of finding a way to first in a lot of different situations. Starts off this at-bat with a called ball outside. Felix is another one who has been struggling here at this part of the year, batting .210, really looking for something to jumpstart his offense. Pitch right down the middle is a called strike as it's left alone by Khalil, so his count evens up at a ball and a strike. The 1-1. Hefty swing by Khalil, but he was just a bit behind that ball, and he drops down to 1-2. It seemed recently that for Khalil, you're either getting a base hit or a strikeout in the most recent 5 or 6 games, pretty much. Not a lot of outs in regulation. When he puts it in play, has been getting hits. Watches a pitch go way outside past him for ball 2. Justin Felix is a batter that really excites me, and the progress he is trying to make. More on that in a second as the 2-2 heads home to Khalil. Puts it to the right side. Long run for the second baseman. He won't get there, and it's a hard-earned single for the shortstop, George Khalil. It's the first base hit for the Otters of the evening, and it brings up the catcher, Justin Felix, who I was just talking about. He spent a lot of time in these last, I don't know, probably 7 to 10 games before the games during batting practice, working with the hitting coach, Bobby Siegel, working with his teammates to dissect his swing, work on his angles a little bit, see where he can improve. He got a home run in the series against Florence, so obviously there's something starting to go right. If he can start to find some consistency, it just makes Andy McCauley's job even harder, or potentially easier, as he has really seemed to be the best catcher when it comes to calling a game with the pitcher. It seems that a lot of the pitchers like working with him. I think that's why we're seeing so much of Felix behind the plate. If his batting could complement that as well, he would probably could keep earning himself consistent starts. 1-0 is the count. Khalil with a small lead over there at first. This one's launched out towards center field. Running back is White towards the wall at the right center field. Gone! Justin Felix hits his second home run of the road trip, and the Otters have taken a lead in the second. He went against the wind to right center field, and it's a big fly for the catcher, Felix. Well, I mentioned that I thought something was starting to work on the dissection of his swing and the little pieces of working towards progress, and he's got his second home run in 3 games. This one's good for 2 runs, and the Otters lead by 1. Brings up the second baseman, Andy Armstrong, who has turned himself into a versatile man at the plate, can snag a base hit here and there. I think he's the best bunter on the team. He can bunt for base hits almost every time. He's looking at an 0-1 after a called strike to start off the count, and now a swinging strike puts him at 0-2. One out nobody on as Justin Felix has just brought a couple of Otters home with a 2-run home run to right. The 0-2 stays high, probably eye level for Armstrong. 4-1. Defense playing pretty much straight up as the 1-2 heads home to Armstrong. He checks swings, but goes way too far around, and it's a swinging strikeout for Andy Armstrong. It's the first strikeout of the game for Jason Alvarez. And I promise you it's not the last one. A guy with stuff like his, it's hard to imagine him going a game with just one. We head back to the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, center fielder Miles Gordon. He led off the game with a walk, but was stranded at third after a stolen base. He pops one up foul towards the concourse area. Does get out of play. And he's quickly down in the count 0-1. Don't forget the Otters host Joliet Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week for a short midweek homestand. The 0-1 towards Gordon stays high for ball one. If you'd like to pick up tickets for that, you can get them at EvansvilleOtters.com. Stop by the box office, or you can pick them up at the gate, but be careful. There's been some big crowds this year. Might not want to risk it there. The 1-1. Ooh, off speed, just barely catches the zone. Gordon falls down 1-2 in the count. One ball, two strikes. The pitch towards Gordon. Swinging, strike three, and it's back-to-back strikeouts that end the inning for Jason Alvarez, but not before the Otters pull 2 runs and put him on the board via a 2-run home run from Justin Felix after an inning and a half. It's Otters 2, Crushers 1. Otters lead by 1 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Coco Figuerito, the second baseman for the Crushers, will lead off for Lake Erie. It'll be him, Combs, and Perez here in the second. Steve Pastora looking for a stronger start to this inning. Once again, starts off with a called strike 1. He allowed back-to-back singles in the top or bottom of the first, and a run would score on a fielder's choice hit by Jake Gidder. The 0-1 is lifted high, foul, and out of play to the left side. He really got underneath that one. A lot of breeze tonight. When we hit the second inning last night, the breeze died, and we didn't see it for the rest of the night. But it is coming straight in towards or from the right field foul line, basically. So it's difficult for some of these hitters. Again, we see a foul ball to the left side by Coco Figuerito. These left-handed hitters, as soon as they get a little bit of air into that ball, it just dives towards the left side, and a lot of them have been foul. We saw it from Zac Biermann as well. 0-2 the count. Steve Pastora waiting up there on the mound and now fires home on the 0-2. It's check swung to the left side. That one might have somehow ended up in the concession stand, actually. I think it did. That's one of the strangest foul balls I think I've ever seen. Everyone's all right. That's the good part. Count remains at 0-2 for Coco Figuerito. Steve Pastora looking for his first strikeout as an Evansville Otter. The 0-2. Swinging strike three, and he'll take it right there. A German-American bank strikeout starts the second inning for Steve Pastora. It'll bring up the catcher Casey Combs, who is playing for the Crushers after being traded there this morning from Florence. Quick little change for him. Swapped in his sky blue and red for the purple of Lake Erie. First offering to the righty. Just high and outside. I'll tell you what, that was a nice pitch from Steve Pastora. He went off speed looking for the high inside edge and just missed it. The 1-0 on the way, and it drives near the right knee of Casey Combs. Ball 2. We've seen it with now both the righties and the lefties. Pastora attacking the inside part of the plate more than the outside. The 2-0 way up high. 3-0 the count now. Not sure if Pastora doesn't want to put it somewhere where a hitter can extend his hands on him. That seems to be part of it, but he's got to find somewhere that he can throw repetitively and get strikes. The 3-0. Ball 4 at the chin. And it's a 4-pitch walk for Casey Combs right after a hard-earned strikeout for him. That'll bring up the hard-hitting designated hitter Danny Perez, who just came off of the injured list a little while ago and is now finding his way back into the lineup. He's batting .250 on the year, 3 extra base hits, 1's a home run, 2 of them are doubles. Pastora checks over at first and will fire home towards Perez. It's a called strike to lead off the count. That's something he's done certainly well. If not getting the outs every time, he's at least starting off the counts with called strikes almost every time. 0-1 the count from Pastora. Stays way high. Probably would have cleared the head of Perez, in fact. Casey Combs, the runner there at first, has himself a nice lead just at the edge of the cutout. 1-1 the count. Pastora fires at home. Just catches it at the knees with the fastball, and he's ahead in the count 1-2. Important pitch here for Pastora. Does not want to give up back-to-back on-base opportunities. He's going to fire over to first just to check on the runner Combs, who's back in plenty of time. Count remains 1-2 for Danny Perez, the left-handed designated hitter. The 1-2 on the way. Pushed out to the left side, well foul. It will get out of play. Breeze obviously helping that one too. Both the American flag and Lake Erie Crushers flag that are on that foul, the flag post that's in right center field, are both straight sideways with the breeze coming through here. 1-2 the count to Danny Perez. On the way. Bounces in, and the count's even at 2-2. The throw out to second as Combs tried to get away. A diving tag by Khalil, and they get it over there. It was a poor throw from Felix that ended up way on the left side of the bag. Khalil grabbed it, dove over the base, and was able to tag out Combs on his way who is caught advancing. I doubt they'll call it a caught stealing because it didn't really seem like Combs was trying to steal. He was just trying to advance on the ball in the dirt. They are going to actually call it a caught stealing. 2-2 on the way home. This one's lifted high towards the left field corner and foul for Danny Perez. Again, we see another left-handed hitter get a ton of air under the ball and drive it really hard out there. But the second it gets in the air, that wind just takes it out of play. 2-2 the count with 2 outs. Pitch on the way to Perez. Off the edge of the bat towards Armstrong at second. He'll fire to first at Biermann in plenty of time for out number 3. The caught stealing helps the Otters a ton, and after 2 full innings, it's Evansville 2, Lake Erie 1. Leading off the top of the third is going to be the 2-hole hitter, Zac Biermann. Led off his game with a walk and a stolen base, was stranded at second, however. First option for him here in the third. Hefty swing, but he was way out in front of the off-speed pitch. Strike 1 for him. Quickly back in the box, ready on the 0-1. Pitch way inside, evens the count of the ball on a strike. Biermann really struggled in the first 2 games at Florence. That could have been why he did not play in the final game at Florence. Also just needed a day off. Came back very strong last night. A 1-1, misses high and inside, and he's ahead in the count 2-1. In fact, in Biermann's return to the lineup last night, he recorded 3 hits, 2 RBIs, one of them a solo home run. 2-1 on his way to him. He's way out in front of it and just fouls it off into the stands to the right side. We've already seen a couple of hot shot foul balls here. One of the few ballparks I've been to probably in the last 3 years that does not have netting extending past the dugouts. It ends at the edge of both dugouts. The 2-2 is lifted high and foul and out of play. Yet again, a left-handed hitter watching one go to the left side on the concourse. Of course, a couple of years ago is when the MLB made that mandate that everyone had to extend their netting down to the foul poles. The minor leagues followed it, and in the same case, a lot of the independent leagues followed it as well. It's not quite that short in Evansville, of course, with the dugouts being so short, that helps, but it probably goes halfway around there at Bosse Field. Here's another hot shot to the right side. It won't end up in the stands, but it takes the count to 3-2 for Zac Biermann. No outs, nobody on. Biermann, of course, the leadoff man here in the third. Pitch on the way to him. Keeps it high, and it's a second walk for Zac Biermann. He'll absolutely take that. And yet again, there's a man on base as the hard-hitting left fielder Jeffrey Baez heads to the plate. Baez popped up his last time up. Despite having a couple of runners in scoring position, he wasn't able to bring either home. Taking his time to get in the box. Now he is there and ready to go. Biermann has a decent little lead there at first. The first pitch to Baez. He check swings and makes contact, puts it back into the back netting for strike one. Baez back into the box really quick and ready to go. And Alvarez will hand him the 0-1. Catches right at the elbows for a called strike two with the fastball. Good competitive pitch there. 0-2 the count. And the pitch is on the way to Jeffrey Baez, who just puts it back into the netting. J.R. Davis just a couple batters away. Saw him standing there at the top of the dugout. The way that he prepares to go to the plate is so unique. J.R. Davis over there doesn't really take practice swings. He just slow motion cuts his bat the way he wants to see it go through the plate. It's unique to see. An 0-2 off speed gets swung on and missed by Jeffrey Baez, and it's the third German American Bank strikeout of the game. It'll bring up the DH, Steven Sinsley. Sinsley fouled out to the third baseman his first time up. Despite having a runner on second and third, he was very frustrated with himself. Biermann the runner at first. Very small lead for him. First offering to Sinsley. Right down Main Street for a called strike one. Breeze is keeping up out there, but it is shifting around a little bit. Now it's kind of blowing from left field foul pole to right field foul pole. The 0-1 on the way to Sinsley, and he chases a pitch low and outside, and he's down 0-2 in the count. It's been the biggest struggle for the Otters, chasing those low and away pitches with their hopes a little high about grabbing themselves some RBIs. The 0-2 on the way to Steven Sinsley. Puts this one into play towards the second baseman, Figuerito. He goes to second for one, but there will not be a play at first. Biermann had to wait on that ball to pass him on his way to second, so he was a pretty easy out on his way out there to second. He heads back to the dugout as Steven Sinsley reaches on the fielder's choice. 4-6 officially. And that brings up the right fielder, Elijah Mcnamee, who has reached base in 28 straight games. The Otters started him in opening night. He failed to reach base on opening night. Every game he's played since, though, he's found his way to a base. I mentioned it a little bit last night as he takes a pitch up high for ball one, that he made a little modification to his bat, put a couple extra rings of tape there at the knob so that he was choking up a little bit, and it has worked wonders. He's been able to pick up hits in 2 straight games, strong hits in a couple straight games. He was the Edward Jones leadoff hitter for the last 2 nights. He returns to the 5-hole this evening. Fouls one back towards the netting, and the count's even at a ball and a strike. Mcnamee steps back in. Sinsley takes his lead over at first. Otters have 2 outs and just 1 on here in the third. Elijah Mcnamee goes chasing on a pitch that nearly bounces in, and he's down 1-2 in the count. Headman Andy McCauley will give his assignments from the third base coaching box. And Mcnamee steps back in. The 1-2 stays high, and the count's evened up. Deuces are wild. Otters lead by 1 here in the third inning, courtesy of a 2-run home run from Justin Felix. Currently, their 2 base hits come from the 2 I wanted to see get base hits tonight and keep up their consistency. And what do you know? They combined for the first 2 runs. The 2-2 to Elijah Mcnamee. Swung on and missed. It's a strikeout that will end the inning. And the Otters are leaving another man on, but still hold their lead 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the third here on the Otters Digital Network. If you've ever been to a game at Bosse Field, I'm sure you've seen the Corona patio deck out there in right center field. It is a great place to watch a game. If you have a group of friends or coworkers who want to come to a game at historic Bosse Field and enjoy some baseball, you can contact the Otters front office and you can reserve the Corona patio deck out there on the party deck. The Corona Extra patio deck is one of the best places to watch the game with an all-you-can-eat menu and unlimited bottled water and soft drinks. Give our front office call at 812-435-8686, and they would love to help you figure out which night is the perfect night to have your celebration with the Otters. Love to see you out there at Bosse Field. Love to see you on the Corona Extra patio deck. Pastora back on the mound, and he starts off the counts with Sean Cheely with the ball high and outside. The 1-0 towards Cheely. Hefty swinging strike. He's smiling afterwards. Didn't like that he chased the pitch that high. Count evens up at 1-1. Cheely last night was 3 for 4 with 2 doubles and a single. He was hitting the ball very well in the opening couple innings. 1-1 has him locked up, and it's good for him as it stays outside for ball 2. 2-1 the count. Otters are set up pretty much straight up, just wanting to grab the out. 2-1 from Pastora. Again, just misses on the outside edge. And the count's 3-1. So Pastora will take his time there before the next pitch. Has himself ready. Sends home a 3-1. And it's a called strike as Sean Cheely was ready to make his way down to first. And the count is full. Ready on the mound is Pastora. The payoff pitch zoomed down the first base line, but just a hair foul. And that will keep the count full, and everyone will head back to where they started. Otters trying to rectify what has been a really tough road trip for them. 1 and 3 in their last 4 games since they hit the road. A payoff pitch way inside, and it's a leadoff walk for Sean Cheely. And for the second time this evening, the Crushers have their leadoff man on. That will bring up the leadoff man for Lake Erie, the center fielder Austin White, who singled in the first inning, stole second, came around to score on Jake Gidder's fielder's choice RBI. That gave the Crushers a lead, one that they watched disappear the very next half inning. Big lead for Cheely there at first. Pastora ready on the mound. And he'll go over to first, but back in time is Sean Cheely. Again, Cheely gets himself a huge lead. Pastora looks over at him and then fires the first pitch to Austin White. Called strike one on the high inside corner with the fastball there from Pastora. Again, he looks in for his next sign. Nods, checks over at first, then a quick throw over there. But Sean Cheely's back in time. The nice thing I've seen about Pastora thus far is every single throw over to first has been different. He does it at a different time, whether he's moving this way or moving that way. And that really has thrown off some of these runners. An 0-1, same exact spot, high inside, called strike two. And Pastora has put himself in a great position. Again, Cheely's got a big lead at first. Wouldn't be surprised to see him going on this pitch. And Pastora is going to step off. Runner on first, no out. Here in the bottom of the third inning. 0-2 the count to Austin White. Pitch on the way. It's way up high. Felix keeps it in front of him. And the count's at 1-2. It kind of seems like, at least right now, Sean Cheely's more worried about just trying to throw off Steve Pastora than he is about actually trying for second. The 1-2 on the way home. And it's chopped towards Armstrong at second. It'll get over his head and down into center field for a little blooper base hit. And the first 2 men are on for Lake Erie, one via a walk, one via a single, as we head towards the very dangerous parts of the lineup. Now, I know it's a bit of a toastier day in the sun out there in right field, but I do see Ryan O'Reilly up, and he was stretching and using his band just to kind of help stretch as well, but he has no warm-up shirt on, or pitcher's jacket, I guess, if you want to say. He is standing there in his uniform out there. I wonder if we see him enter this game. O'Reilly has not played in some time. First pitch is a bit low for ball one on the way home to Keenan Irizarry. Irizarry's the one who hit the game-winning triple last night. It gave the Crushers their lead in the ninth, or eighth, I'm sorry. Pastora, long wait on the mounds, sends home the 1-0. Off speed, misses outside, and he's down in the count 2-0. For Ryan O'Reilly, he has not pitched since the 19th. Last weekend against this same Lake Erie team, he finally had himself a really good start. I was surprised he hadn't made a start this week yet. 2-0 on the way. It's way inside, and the count's 3-0 now. So maybe the idea was that they would keep O'Reilly available as a long relief if Pastora struggled. I really don't know. O'Reilly's still up walking around out there in the bullpen. Meanwhile, Pastora is trying to avoid a 4-pitch walk to Keenan Irizarry. The 3-0. Called strike one. That was just about perfect down the center. There's no outs and runners on first and second after a leadoff walk and then a single from Austin White. Still no outs in the bottom of the third. Otters are trying to hold on to their 1-run lead. 3-1 the counts. Pitch is on the way home. Called strike two on the inside edge, and Irizarry doesn't like the call. Turns towards the home plate umpire, shaking his head a bit. And back into the box goes Keenan Irizarry. Payoff pitch on the way. Both runners are moving, and it's a check swing that sends a pitch to the left side, or a ball to the left side, and foul by Irizarry. He'll live to see another pitch. The best way I can describe Ryan O'Reilly out there in right field right now is he looks like an individual who is just really nervous about something, or like standing there waiting on some news to be delivered to him and just can't stand still, can't sit down, pacing back and forth. That's all he's doing out there. So it's possible that if a man gets on or a run scores, that's when he would start warming. That's why he's going back and forth. I really don't know. The 3-2 is on its way towards him. It's sent out towards left field, down for a base hit in front of Baez. He'll pick it up, and he'll just send it towards third. Will not try to go for the runner heading home, and it's an RBI single for Keenan Irizarry, and this game's tied at 2 runs apiece. Seemed like the Crushers thought that maybe that was going to get caught, and that's why they held everyone where they did. They keep runners at first and second with no outs, and just like that, there goes Ryan O'Reilly starting to warm up in right field. It'll bring up the the third hitter playing first base, Jackson Valera. He's showing bunts from the second he's walked up. Now he pulls his bat back. First pitch to him. Just about catches him in the ankles. He's able to get out of the way, and he's ahead in the count 1-0. So far in the game, we're here in the bottom of the third inning, and Pastora's at 50 pitches. But of the 50 he's thrown, 30 have been strikes. The problem is a lot of the strikes he's thrown have had bats swinging towards him. The 1-0 catches the high part of the zone and evens the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. One and one our count. Runners on first and second with no outs. Steve Pastora trying to get himself out of a jam. The throw out to second. Is it in time? Oh, not quite. That's a really quick throw. An even better tag attempt by Armstrong. He thought he had it. But both runners will stay safe. 1-1 remains the count to Jackson Valera, who's ready at the plate. And Pastora sends it his way. The 1-1's a called strike 2 on the outside edge. Yet again, we see the fastball there from Pastora. 1-2 count. Pastora has his sign. Fires home on the 1-2, and it hits Jackson Valera, and the bases are loaded with no outs. All 4 of the first 4 here in the inning have reached base one has scored, and Max Peterson's going to make a walk out to the mound. Already glanced down towards his bullpen twice. We'll see if we already have seen the end of Steve Pastora's 2022 debut. No sign thus far, but the entire infield is coming in to have a chat. So far in the third, Sean Cheely led off with a walk. Austin White had a blooper single. Keenan Irizarry scored Cheely on an RBI single. Then Jackson Valera reached on a hit by pitch, loading the bases. Pastora is going to stay up there on the mounds. And the last one talking to him is Andy Armstrong, so we might see a attempted throw out to second. Bases are loaded with no outs. Otters have Ryan O'Reilly warming up just in case down in the right field bullpen. They might need him sooner rather than later. First offering from Steve Pastora. Sent right back into the netting on a foul ball. Good work once again from Pastora to start off with a first pitch strike. And the on-base hitter, Jake Gidder, is told to go closer towards his dugout. The home plate umpire, Steve Miller, didn't like him that far behind home plate. The 0-1 stays low, and Pastora sees the count even up at a ball and a strike. Otters defense playing at double play depth with the bases loaded and no outs. Probably don't care about how they get them, they just want outs. The 1-1 bounces in. Felix able to use the chest protector to keep it in front of him. Valera on first, Irizarry on second, Austin White on third. Sean Cheely sitting in the dugout, already scored this inning. Otters are still searching for their first outs of the bottom of the third. The 2-1 works low and inside, and it's a 3-1 count. We're tied in the bottom of the third after a RBI single from Keenan Irizarry. Even things up. Crushers have scored one in each of the first and third. The 2 runs from the Otters came on a 2-run home run from Justin Felix in the second. Pastora seems to have himself ready, and here comes the 3-1. Just a hair low and outside, and a run will walk in. And the Crushers have taken a lead here in the third. Everyone moves forward 90 feet. And Annie McCauley is asking where that one missed. Both Felix and home plate umpire Steve Miller say low. And the bases remain loaded. There remains to be no outs, and one of the hottest hitters on this Crushers team, Connor Owings, heads to the plate. He accidentally chopped the ball right back up the middle. His first time up, it only got 5 or 6 feet. Felix popped up and threw it to first for the first out. This one's launched towards deep left field. Baez gets underneath it for the first out of the inning. A throw towards third, and it's just going to stay at third. They won't go for the throw at home. And another run scores, and the lead hits 2 for Lake Erie on the sac fly RBI from Connor Owings. So it's now 4-2 in favor of the Crushers here in the bottom of the third inning. Felix will step out and give a sign around to the infield. 1 out, runners on first and second. Irizarry scored on the play. Valera still stays at second. Gidder stays on first. The second baseman, Coco Figuerito, heads to the plate. He's 0 for 1 in the game with a strikeout in the second. First pitch is blooped towards left field. Chasing back is Khalil, who brings it in for out number 2. No one will advance. And that's a lucky break for the Otters, who catch Figuerito with the pop-outs. And with 2 outs, the catcher, Casey Combs, heads to the plate, walked his first time up, but was caught stealing second. Gidder remains on first. Valera remains on second. 3 runs have scored in the inning for Lake Erie. First offering from Pastora to Casey Combs is on the way, and it's swung through for strike 1. Way out in front of that pitch was Casey Combs. Pastora, long wait up on the mounds, looking in for his sign. Has what he wants and throws home the 0-1. This one's sent out towards right field. Mcnamee chasing after it. It'll bounce in front of him and off the wall. 1 run's going to score. A second run is rounding third, and it will be a 2-run triple. The throw out to third, not in time, and 2 runs score. It'll probably be a double, and then he advances on the throw. Regardless, 2 runs score on a hard hit ball to right field by Casey Combs, the brand new Lake Erie Crusher. Still waiting to see how this one is scored. Regardless, the Crushers are now up by 4. And here comes Max Peterson. He's going to make a sign down to the bullpen, and we will see a pitching change. Pastora doesn't make it out of the third. We'll let you know who's coming in for him right after this on the Otters Digital Network. On to pitch for the Otters is Ryan O'Reilly, who is making his first relief appearance of the season. In his last start, which came against Lake Erie last week, he earned the win in a 7-inning performance where he allowed 2 runs on 8 hits, struck out 10. It was a season high in strikeouts, a near season low in runs and earned runs. Did give up lots of hits, but controlled the games well. It was the first game of double-digit strikeouts in his entire career. In this game, he is looking to be the man that just closes things down in this inning and then probably carries the Otters for the next 4 or 5 innings. O'Reilly readies himself, always pitches out of the stretch. The first offering, it's sent out towards center field. Gordon will chase back towards it, get underneath, and bring it in for the last out. 1 pitch, 1 out for Ryan O'Reilly. Does his job in relief, but not before the Otters allow 5 runs to Lake Erie as they take a 6-2 lead going into the 4th. Well, we were getting ready to start the top of the fourth inning, but then as he was warming up, Jason Alvarez did something up there on the mound that bothered him, and the trainer and head coach have come out for Lake Erie to take a look at things. The entire infield in as well. They don't have anyone warming up in the bullpen right now, but something obviously bothered him. Head coach Cam Roth and trainer Jennifer Hawk both make their way back to the dugout. And remaining on the mound is Jason Alvarez. So hard to tell exactly what was going on. I imagine we'll see an arm start to warm up as a precautionary, just in case. Regardless, the Otters are leading off with J.R. Davis, George Khalil, and Justin Felix. Khalil and Felix are responsible for the only offense for the Otters so far tonight. Alvarez, first pitch. Cold strike one right down the middle past the attempted bunt of J.R. Davis. The 0-1 looked a little bit low, but it is called strike two. And now J.R. Davis will have to get himself smart. 0-2 count for J.R. Davis. Pitch is way outside, and he will at least live to see one more pitch. 1-2 the count for J.R. A half swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. And J.R. Davis sits down on the strikeout, the fifth one of the day for Jason Alvarez. That leads off the fourth inning. So with that, the shortstop George Khalil heads to the plate, already with a base hit to his name. A hard hit, or it wasn't the hardest hit ball, but it was in the right position on the right side of the infield that it just snuck past the second baseman who was trying to dive after it. First pitch is across for a called strike one. On George Khalil. An 0-1 stays low, and his count evens up. Due up next is the catcher, Justin Felix. He's the one that gave the Otters their initial lead with the two-run home run. Another pitch stays just a tad bit high, so the count goes to 2-1. The 2-1 looked almost in the same place as that last one, but it is a called strike. So Khalil's looking at a 2-2 count now. This is where he's got to be careful. Certainly does not want to strike out, and he's rung up on a called strike three that he watched go by on the high inside corner. It's the sixth strikeout of the day for Jason Alvarez. And now making his way to the plate is indeed the catcher, Justin Felix. Right now, his two-run blast, the only offense for the Otters. Stepping in finally is Justin Felix. Last night, he went hitless 0 for 4, getting on base once on a fielder's choice. He turns away from the first pitch, and it's a called strike one on him. Defense is playing him pretty much straight up, both in the infield and the outfield, as the wind is blowing straight in from center field, basically right in from the spot he put his first home run. An 0-1 just glazed outside a little bit, started to work its way out there and caught the edge of the zone, and it's an 0-2 count. Jason Alvarez has a chance to strike out the side, and he'll aim to do it on the 0-2 to Felix. Way up high, it's ball one. But Felix still behind in the count. No action for the Otters in the bullpen. No action for the Crushers. I do expect Ryan O'Reilly will stay in the game for the Otters after coming in relief of Pastora in just the third inning. The 1-2 on the way to Felix. Way outside, and he evens his count at 2-2. It's one of the things that makes Felix so versatile at the plate. He works his counts to his advantage. Quite a few times this year, we've seen him turn an 0-2 count into either a walk or a base hit on full count pitches that he's just worked himself into. I'll try to do the same on a 2-2. Swinging strike, but it gets out of the glove of Casey Combs, and living to see another pitch will be Justin Felix. He must have got just a tiny bit of wood on that, as it was a call to foul tip. Count evens at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Firing home is Alvarez. High, ball 3, and the count's full. Great work from Justin Felix to turn the 0-2 count into a full count opportunity. Alvarez really taking his time to get back on the mound now. Stretches out a little bit. Kicks and delivers on a 3-2. Outside for ball 4, and it's a very well-earned walk by Justin Felix. Started off the count 0-2. Saw 4 straight balls then to get him a free pass to first with 2 outs. It'll bring up the second baseman, Andy Armstrong, who's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And that could be a important walk that it was given up, because if indeed Armstrong gets out here, it means that the 4th inning leads off with Gordon Biermann Baez, which is a strong one to lead off with. Armstrong lays a bunt down the third base line, but it does end up in foul territory. Tried to sneak one past the third baseman Owings, and now he'll play a little closer. Felix over on first. Has himself a pretty small lead. Armstrong ready at the plate. Looking at an 0-1 count with 2 outs. Otters trail by 4. The 0-1 again showing bunts was Andy Armstrong. They checked down with the first base umpire. He says, yes, he did go. And Armstrong will now look at an 0-2 count. Otters need to respond quickly in this one. We'll see what Andy Armstrong can do. On the 0-2 pitch. Way outside for ball 1. And he'll extend his at-bat. Due up for the Crushers in the bottom of the 4th will be Chile, White, and Irizarry. They're the ones who kicked off the 3rd inning. All 9 batters had a chance for Lake Erie in the 3rd. The 1-2 for Armstrong. Swinging strike 3, and outside of the walk with 2 outs, Alvarez strikes out all 3 of his outs. He has 7 strikeouts on the day as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Otters trail by 4. To the bottom of the fourth we go, and once again, Ryan O'Reilly returns to the mound for the Otters. He came in relief in the last half inning for Steve Pastora, who is unable to make it out of the third inning. Ryan O'Reilly might have himself a long relief attempt here. First pitch is a called strike to Sean Cheely, who walked his first time up. That led off the long third inning. Already ready on the mound is O'Reilly, pitching out of a little bit of a windup this time. Usually only pitches out of his stretch. Then again, the windup for O'Reilly is not very big, just a small step difference from his usual approach. The 0-2 fouled back into the netting just barely, and Chile lives to see another pitch. Final line for Steve Pastora, 2 2/3 innings, giving up 5 runs, 6 hits, all 6 earned, 3 walks, and just 1 strikeout. We 0-2 from Ryan O'Reilly. Outside for ball 1, extending the at-bat of Chiles. We see a nod from O'Reilly there on the mounds. And then he fires home the 1-2. Just misses inside. Count evens up at 2-2. Start to take a look through the Fox Sports WIFX Frontier League scoreboard. It's in the bottom of the 6th. New York has a 4-1 lead at Ottawa. Be a big win for the Boulders. Sussex County leads 5-1 at Trois-Rivières. Sussex County might be the hottest team in the Frontier League right now. The 2-2 lifted high but shallow in right field. Armstrong is parked underneath it for out number 1. High pop out gets us started, and we head back to the top of the order where center fielder Austin White heads in. He's 2 for 2 with a pair of singles so far. We continue our look around the Frontier League. Gateway with a 1-0 lead at Florence in the 4th inning. Empire State leads Tri-City 1-0. Empire State was leading almost the entire game last night against Tri-City, but the Valley Cats walked it off at the very end of things to deny Empire State of their first win. Quebec hosting New Jersey this weekend. They lead 1-0 in the 2nd inning. Washington in the top of the 2nd already has a 4-0 lead at Windy City tonight. And that is all 7 games across the Frontier League, other than ours, of course, which is a 6-2 advantage in favor of the Lake Erie Crushers. In the bottom of the 4th inning, with 1 out and a 1-0 count to Austin White. Pitch is zoomed home and catches the low inside corner, evening the count at a ball and a strike. White taking his time, getting into the box. Now we're waiting on O'Reilly, who nods and sends home a 1-1. A half swing. He did go around, so it's a swinging strike 2. And O'Reilly has himself in a position to grab his first strikeout. One, 2 the count. And O'Reilly will fire it home. Put right back up the middle. Long run for Armstrong. He makes the running throw over to first in time for out number 2. That'll bring up the shortstop Keenan Irizarry, also 2 for 2. Both singles, one has an RBI attached with it. Also going to spend some time this evening giving you a little old friend alert as we kind of look through the Otters who have had contracts purchased this year and how they're doing in their affiliated baseball. Tim Holgrafer playing with Low A Kansas City, or playing in the Royals organization, Low A Columbia to be exact. He's had 3 appearances now there for the Columbia Fireflies. In total, he's given up 3 runs on 7 hits and 7 innings of work for an ERA that is just shy of 4.0. O'Reilly sends home the 0-1 and gets a called strike 2, and he's ahead in the counts by a pair. Stepping back in is Keenan Irizarry, the left-handed hitter who's 2 for 2. O'Reilly kicks and deals on an 0-2. Zoomed out towards left field. Baez chasing back towards it, towards the wall, and it bounces over the wall and out for a ground rule double. They sure see plenty of those here with how bouncy the surf is out there in the outfield, with this turf being very dense out there. Lots of rubber packed in. Maybe a ton too much rubber. Is just about every ball that bounces out there gets a kick of 7 or 8 feet. That time it got about 8.5 feet of kick to get it over the wall. And it's a 2-out double for Keenan Irizarry. It brings up Jackson Valera, who's 0 for 1 with a flyout and a hit by pitch so far. O'Reilly ready's on the mound, looks out at second, sends the first pitch home, and it's low and outside for ball 1. Defense is playing for Valera to pull to the left side a little bit. Biermann really the only one on the right side of second base. The 1-0. It's fouled high off to the first base side, well out of play, well out of the stadium, in fact. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. Next on our old friend alert is Gary Mattis, who had his contract purchased by the Arizona Diamondbacks a week and a half ago. He's played in 5 games in the Rookie League for Arizona. He has 2 hits in 10 at-bats. A few strikeouts, has not stole a base yet. The 1-1 towards Jackson Valera. Puts it towards Khalil on the ground. He'll pick it up, run towards first a few steps before throwing that way. 4 out number 3. The Crushers get a double with 2 outs, but can't do anything with it after 4 innings. It's still Lake Erie 6, Otters 2. To the top of the 5th we go. Miles Gordon, Zac Biermann, and Jeffrey Baez to lead off the half inning for the Otters. Miles Gordon will start off with a called strike 1 at the knees. So far in the game for Miles Gordon, 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk. His next offering, and it's a hefty swing from him. He comes up empty-handed, and he's down in the count 0-2. So now he's going to have to work from behind. The 0-2 on his way. Just misses on the outside edge, and it's a 1-2 count now. Defense is expecting him to pull down the right side a little bit, as the shortstop is playing pretty much directly above second base. Gordon steps back in after calling time, waiting on a 1-2 pitch from Jason Alvarez. On the way now, it stays way high, and the count evens up at 2-2. Tell you what, Jason Alvarez had something bothering him. The trainer came out in that last inning right before he went on to pitch, and in that inning, despite allowing a walk with 2 outs, he struck out all 3 of the outs he grabbed. The 2-2. Gordon, a late swing to the left side past the sliding third shortstop of Irizarry, and it will be a leadoff single for Miles Gordon. And he'll get some applause from his teammates there in the dugout. They'll bring up the first baseman, Zac Biermann, who has 2 plate appearances in the game. Both of them have resulted in walks. Otters have not had a 3-walk performance yet this year. But the way that Biermann approaches the plate, we could very easily see it tonight. Biermann ready on his first offering. Pitch is on the way. Hefty swing from him, and he clips it foul towards the glove of Combs, who can't quite squeeze it. 4-1. Runner on first is Miles Gordon. We might see him take a shot at second. Hard to tell. The 0-1 stays high on Biermann, and the count evens up at a ball and a strike. Gordon took a couple extra steps right as the pitch left the hand of Alvarez, but didn't go anywhere afterwards. 1-1 is the count, and it's fired home. Gordon again acts like he's going to run off towards second. The ball's fouled off towards the third base side by Zac Biermann. Once again, we see a left-handed batter foul a ball up, and the wind just carry it out of this place. Biermann taking his time to get himself back in the box. He's ready to go now. Runner on first is Miles Gordon, who's got a very sizable lead over there. 1-2 the count with no outs. It's on the way to Biermann. Stays high, and the counts extends out to 2-2. Kind of looked there like Alvarez just tried to overthrow it. Biermann back in the box. 2-2 count towards him. Pitch on the way home. Gordon's breaking towards second. The throw out there. Looks in time. No, it's a called safe at second. Looked like it was a good throw. I'll tell you what, with the way I'm positioned up here to the third base side of the stadium, I think maybe I just didn't see him get around the tag. He went feet first in for the tag or for the slide instead of head first. So maybe he got past and then extended the arm. Regardless, the count's full for Zac Biermann, and there's a runner on second now after Miles Gordon's stolen base. Don't know if we'd see Miles Gordon head towards third as well. And now there will be a quick meeting of the minds at the mound between the catcher Combs and the pitcher Alvarez. It's just for signs, as the umpire waves his arms and says that it will not be counted as a mound visit. It remains a full count for Biermann with a runner on second now and nobody out. The 3-2. And Biermann's going to earn his 3rd walk of the season. He's the first Otter this year to have 3 walks in a single game. And it came after early strikes that he worked himself back into the count on. And out of the dugout comes Cam Roth of the Crushers, going to have a talk with his pitcher. And as he does, the man pops up in the bullpen in left field to start warming up for Lake Erie. There's runners on first and second. No outs here in the top of the 5th inning. It's Jeffrey Baez, Steven Sinsley, Elijah Mcnamee. The next 3 due up. Otters have to start getting into this lead early. Can't wait like they have in the last couple of nights for the game to be in its last 2 innings and they still be down by 2 or 3. The meeting at the mound has concluded as Jeffrey Baez makes his way to the plate. He's kind of due in this game. A pop-up and a strikeout thus far. Keep an eye out for the double steal here. They did it the last time they were on first and second. Would not be surprised to see it at some point again, especially with Baez being a righty. It means that the catcher Combs has to throw around him. Alvarez is definitely thinking about it. A long look out to second. The first pitch to Baez is a called strike. Letter high. Biermann and Gordon remain put at first and second where they were. So 0-1 the count to Jeffrey Baez. No outs. Runners on first and second. Otters trail by 4 here in the top of the 5th inning. The 0-1 to Baez. Sent on the ground towards short. He'll play at second for 1 to first in time. And it's a 6-3 double play, which allows Gordon to reach third, but unfortunately that's all it does for the Otters. And now with 2 outs and a runner on third, Steven Sinsley will have to get something done to bring a run home. Steven Sinsley thus far 0 for 2 with a foul out in the first and driving into a fielder's choice in the third. Managed to reach base on it, but it was left at first. The first offering towards Sinsley on the way. Zooms it down the right field line, and it goes just foul. Tell you what, he keeps that about 5 or 10 feet more straight up, and he's earned himself a 2-run homer. But he was just ahead of that ball. Count goes to 0-1 for Steven Sinsley. He's ready on the next pitch. Alvarez sends it his way. It works way inside. And the count's even at 1-1. Sinsley has home runs in 5 of his last 10 games, including a 2 home run effort against Florence on Thursday evening. He's looking at a 1-1 count now with a runner on third and 2 outs. A must-score situation for the Otters. The 1-1, Sinsley steps out towards the ball as it came home and let it go by for ball 2 on the outside edge. He took a step forward way before that pitch got home, so he kind of took the ability to swing away, and a good thing it was a ball. The 2-1 from Alvarez, and he'll step off as Miles Gordon had walked probably a third of the way home, just kind of creeping his way towards home. Counts at 2-1 for Steven Sinsley. Gordon stands on third. Jason Alvarez still on the mound, who's pitched very well. 2-1, high and outside. Sinsley's ahead in the count, 3-1. This is an opportunity where Sinsley will usually have a green light and he will run right through it. If something's close, he could really punish Jason Alvarez. The 3-1 to Sinsley. It just catches the outside edge. Sinsley thought he had got himself a walk, but the off speed just broke in at the last second. So because of it, The count is full with 2 outs. Gordon will be heading home with the pitch. And here comes the 3-2. Sinsley skies it high. It's fouled off to the left side. Will it stay in play? It will, and it's brought in for the second time on the evening. A foul out to the third baseman Owings by Steven Sinsley. And once again, the Otters strand a man at third. We head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Otters still trail by 4. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning, and the Otters trail by 4 as the Crushers head back to the plate. Ryan O'Reilly returns to the mound. He's been very good since he entered the game in relief of Steve Pastora. The first pitch is a swinging strike 1 from Jake Gidder. Gidder so far is 0 for 1 with a fielder's choice and a walk, but he scored runs on both of those opportunities. 2 RBIs already for him. The 0-1, and it's foul tipped into the glove of Justin Felix for strike 2. Otters have to be upset that they were not able to bring a run home in that last half inning. Second time tonight, they've stranded a man at third. The 0-2 bounces in, gets away from Felix a little bit, but it doesn't matter as the bases are empty. He'll walk halfway out to throw to the pitcher, Ryan O'Reilly. O'Reilly, a starter, of course, for the Otters, but hadn't started in a little over a week at this point. Was kind of interesting as to potentially why that was. Well, turns out they wanted him to be available just in case Pastora wasn't able to go the whole distance, and indeed, Pastora did need just a little bit of help in that 3rd inning. Ryan O'Reilly came in and helped him out. He's looking at 1-2 now, fouled back yet again. We get to see one of the Otters' premier pitchers tomorrow night. Parker Brahms will face off with right-handed pitcher Matt Mulhern, who was just acquired by Lake Erie a couple weeks ago. 1-2 bounces in. The count evens up at 2-2. Parker Brahms so far on the year for Evansville clocks in with a 3-1 record overall. He's in the top 10 in ERA with a 2.82 and is trending in the right direction in strikeouts as well. The 2-2 from Ryan O'Reilly is on the way to Jake Gidder. And the inning will start with a swinging strike 3, German American Bank strikeout. It's the first of the game for Ryan O'Reilly. Only the second of the day for the Otters. That will bring up the third baseman, Connor Owings. 0 for 1 with a ground out in the first and a sac fly RBI in the third. First pitch he sees of this at-bat. Called strike one on the outside edge. Ryan O'Reilly picking up where Steve Pastora left off, starting a lot of these counts with first pitch strikes. Lets you control the whole at-bat at that point. The 0-1 just goes a bit outside, and the count's now evened at 1 ball, 1 strike. There is a crusher starting to warm up in their bullpen. Seems to be Elliott Carney. The 1-1 from O'Reilly. Zoomed out towards center field. Gordon will chase back towards the wall, at the wall, and it's off the batter's eye and gone. A solo home run for the third baseman, Connor Owings. And the lead is now 5 for the Crushers. Seven to 2 after the solo home run by Connor Owings to legit dead center field. Landed right above the 400 sign out there, off the batter's eye, and bounced back into play. So it will bring up now the second baseman, Coco Figuerito, who is 0 for 2 so far on the night. Again, the Lake Erie Crushers have come at the Otters with a very well-rounded lineup. Just about anyone getting things done, and the whole lineup having the potential to do it. They have hits from their first, second, fifth, and sixth hitters. Good spread out offense. An 0-1 stays a tad bit outside. The count evens up at 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out and the base is empty after the solo home run from Connor Owings. The 1-1 again misses to the outside. This one trending towards the high outside corner, and it's a 2-1 count. Defense playing pretty much straight up all the way around for Figuerito. He makes contact with this pitch, but it's fouled off towards the Otters dugout as the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stepping back in is Figuerito. He's looking at a 2-2 count. O'Reilly delivers. Way inside, and the count is full now. Figuerito taking his time between pitches now. Finally steps back in. O'Reilly nods. Already has the sign he wants. And will send home a payoff pitch. Sent bouncing towards Armstrong at second. He makes a nice snag over to first in plenty of time for out number 2. He had a long way to run and scooped the ball well. Able to beat Figuerito by some distance. And now the new catcher for Lake Erie, Casey Combs, heads to the plate. He had a solid 2-run double in the third that really helped put the game in the favor of the Crushers. It was also the final batter seen by Steve Pastora. The ball is fouled off to the left side and into the stands for strike 1. So digging in at the plate once again is Casey Combs. O'Reilly will fire his way. The 0-1 bounces in. The count's evened up at a ball and a strike. Otters and Crushers face off once more this weekend. Tomorrow at 2:05 local time, 1:05 there in Evansville. In the series finale before the Otters return home for Tuesday night game against Joliet. A 1-1 is fouled into Felix behind the plate. He immediately kind of falls over. That one went off the bat and caught him on the inside of his thigh. And out come Andy McCauley and Mandy Flagg just to make sure things are all okay with their catcher. And immediately Felix is pointing down towards the inside of that left thigh, maybe down towards the inside of that left calf. Ball ricocheted off the bat and went zooming into him. So rightfully so, he'll take a couple seconds to walk it off. Andy McCauley and Mandy Flagg will head back to the dugout, as seems everything's good to go with Justin Felix. He gets a nice applause from the faithful here at Mercy Health Stadium. And we're ready to go on a 1-2. 2 outs here. O'Reilly's trying to end the inning. The 1-2. Swinging and fouling it back towards the netting is Casey Combs, living to see another pitch. O'Reilly already ready up there on the mounds. The 1-2 on the way. And Combs fouls it off of the ground and right back up into his hands. So everyone's gotten involved now at the foul balls. The catcher Felix, the umpire Miller, and now the batter Casey Combs. O'Reilly nods a second time, and here comes the 1-2. It's driven high and foul, right back behind home plate. Way out of play. And the count remains 1-2. And now calling time and stepping out is Casey Combs, just a second after he'd stepped in the box. He's back in, ready for the 1-2. Two big nods from Ryan O'Reilly, and he kicks and delivers on the 1-2. Swinging strike 3, in the inning will end with a German-American Bank strikeout, the second of the game for Ryan O'Reilly, but a solo home run for Connor Owings has further extended the lead for the Crushers. We head to the 6th inning. Otters trail by 5. A pitching change needed as we head to the top of the sixth inning for the Crushers. They will bring in Elliot Carney, who is the righty out of Coastal Carolina in his first year playing professional ball. A 6'3", 210-pound righty up there on the mound. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. And it's Carney on the mound. Combs behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or you can give them a call at 812-475-9000. Let them know that Big Hit Mac sent you. Elijah Mcnamee leading off the Otters for the top of the sixth inning. 0 for 2 for him so far. The flyout and a strikeout, looking to turn the day into something a bit more positive. First offering to him. Works way inside. He has to turn away from it to keep out of the way. It's ball one. 1-0 the count. Mcnamee waiting on it. Pitch on the way to him. The curveball nearly gets him in the helmet. He ducks out of the way, and he's ahead in the count 2-0 now. Elliot Carney steps off the bump for a second there and resets. Nods at his catcher, and here comes the 2-0. Low and away for ball three. As we continue through this top of the sixth, we'll take another look through the Fox Sports WYFX Frontier League scoreboard. New York holds a 5-1 lead at Ottawa in the top of the eighth inning. Ottawa having a really tough week so far, as a 3-0 pitches right down the middle. Takes the count to 3-1. Sussex County, one of the teams, or one of the league's, if not the league's, hottest team, is up 6-5 at Trois-Rivières. A good comeback so far for Trois-Rivières to keep themselves in this game. Florence has tied the game with Gateway 2-2 in the sixth. The 3-1, Mcnamee drives it out towards right center field, going back towards the wall, and it'll bounce over the wall in right center. A ground rule double for Elijah Mcnamee. If this is any other ballpark, he might have a triple with the placement he put that one on. And it's a leadoff double for Big Hit Mac. And just like that, the on-base streak for him hits 29 games. It'll bring up the third baseman, J.R. Davis, another individual looking for his first hit of the night. A flyout and a strikeout for him as well. Davis got 2 hits in last night's game, a single and a double. Davis actually hit for the cycle in the series against Florence. Not in one game, but he had a double and triple in game 1 against Florence, a home run and a single in game 2 against Florence. So in the series, he hit for a cycle. Doesn't do much for any certain statistic. Just to see him, good to see him be able to do just about anything up there. Starts off with a called strike on the inside edge. Mcnamee with a big lead at second. The 0-1, and they're going to turn around and check on Mcnamee. He slides back, and there's no throw towards him. 0-1 the count. Mcnamee's got himself a healthy lead at second. And the 0-1 heads home to J.R. Davis. Hefty swing, but I think he just chopped right underneath it. So he's down 0-2 in the count. Mentioned Gateway and Florence tied at 2 runs apiece in the top of the sixth. Big series for both of those two teams. Schaumburg leads Joliet 3-2 in the fifth inning. Empire State holds a 2-0 lead at Tri-City in the fourth. Quebec leads New Jersey 5-0 at home in the fourth inning. Finally, Washington leads Windy City 4-2 in the fourth. The 0-2 to Davis. He checks swings. It stays low, and he does not go around, so the count goes to 1-2. The couple of series that I'm really keeping an eye on this weekend, Washington at Windy City, Gateway at Florence, and Joliet at Schaumburg, which, yes, I know that is all 3 of the series that the West Division has, but all of them host a lot of speculation, if you will. The 1-2 to Davis. Falls in for a called strike 3. He started to lean away, and that curveball just dropped in on him. It's the First strikeout for Elliott Carney on the day. It'll bring up the shortstop, George Khalil, who struck out looking in the 4th inning, but he singled in the 2nd before being brought home on a 2-run home run by Justin Felix. Khalil hit his 2nd professional home run last night here at this ballpark. Has become quite the consistent hitter here in these last, 3 or 4 series, I'd say. First pitch towards him. Called strike 1 on the low edge of the zone. Though the crowd is not quite as nice as last night, after the sun's gone down, it does look like people have spread around the ballpark pretty nicely this evening. 0-1 the count towards George Khalil. Pitch is on the way. It just misses outside. The count evens up at a ball and a strike. Andy McCauley with a couple of claps from the dugout. Defense is playing for George Khalil to actually pull this ball to the left a little bit. Huge gap between 1st and 2nd where he put his first base hit through. A hard cut for him, and he comes up empty-handed. He's down in the count 1-2 after the swinging strike. Pleased you're joining us on a beautiful Saturday evening from Avon, Ohio, where the Otters trail 7-2 in the 6th inning, trying to do something with a leadoff double from Elijah Mcnamee. 1-2 the count. On the way to Khalil. He watches it stay low, and his count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. After Khalil, Justin Felix, the catcher, is due up. Elliott Carney receives the ball back on the mound, looks in for his next count, or next sign, I should say, and he's ready for the 2-2. Pitch is on the way. Put towards the left side of the infield. Almost misplayed by Irizarry at short. The play at first. Is it in time? Yes, it is. They retire George Khalil. He thought he had beat it out, but now he'll have to make the long walk back to the dugout. He's shaking his head on the way back, thinking he had certainly beat the throw over. It's officially a 6-3 putout that advances Elijah Mcnamee to 3rd, and with 2 outs for the 3rd time this evening, the Otters have a runner on 3rd with 2 outs as the catcher Justin Felix heads to the plate. Felix is 1 for 1 with a 2-run home run and a walk so far in this game. So much frustration for him, so much hard work for him in these last couple weeks, finally starting to pay off with some consistency in these last few games. The first pitch to him, off speed, falls in for a called strike 1. Felix still only has 1 base hit other than his home run tonight, 1 base hit in his last 4 games. Really looking for a spark in his offense. The 0-1 stays high, and evens his count at a ball and a strike. I think the home run might help. It's his 2nd home run of the week. He managed one against Florence, and now has managed one this evening. But that's all the offense that the Otters have thus far, as they still trail 7-2. Mcnamee over on 3rd as the 1-1 heads home to Justin Felix. Lifts it high and foul back behind home plate. It will get out of play. He got way underneath that ball, and he's down to a 1-2 count now. Has to stay defensive. His last at-bat, he earned a walk after going 0-2 on the first 2 pitches he saw, but then backed it up with 4 good takes and earned a full count walk. 1-2 the count towards Justin Felix. Here comes the pitch. Bounces in. He checks his swing. The count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Felix is really going to take his time now before he heads to the plate. Deep breath on the mound from Elliott Carney, who sends home the 2-2. They check down the swing. They say, no, he did not go around, so it's a full count. 3-2 is the count for Justin Felix, trying to extend the 6th inning for the Otters and give them at least 1 run. The 3-2. Felix puts it towards the left side. Long run for Owings. He picks it up, the throw to first in time. And the Otters, for the 3rd time tonight, strand a runner at third. And we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Otters still trail by 5. Ryan O'Reilly returns to the mound for the Otters as they head out for the bottom of the 6th inning. And for the 3rd time in 6 innings tonight, the Otters have stranded a runner at third offensively. Those are the opportunities you've got to take advantage of if you want to win ball games. That's why they find themselves on the losing end of a 7-2 game right now. As we head to the bottom of the 6th, it's a ball 1 to start off against the designated hitter Danny Perez, who's 0 for 2 so far today. Perez and Figuerito are the only 2 crushers who have failed to reach base in this game. And for Danny Perez, his count evens up at a ball and a strike after he takes a pitch at about maybe belt high. The 1-1. Hefty swing. He's way out in front of the off speed, and he falls down in the count to 1-2. Now O'Reilly just needs to take advantage of the count and get himself a strikeout. The 1-2 on the way. Lifted out towards right field. Chasing back is Mcnamee towards the warning track and hauls it in as he touches the warning track. A long run for out number 1 by Elijah Mcnamee. That's one of the Frontier League's best defensive players, hauling down a pitch out there and bringing it in. That'll bring up the right fielder Sean Cheely. After his 3 for 4 game last night, is 0 for 1 in this one with a walk and a pop out. O'Reilly seems to already be ready on the mound. Cheeley stepped in. And O'Reilly nods and fires home on the first pitch. It's sent right back up the middle. Playing it on one hop is Khalil at short. The throw to first is in time. Just barely, though, for out number 2. And a very efficient out number 2 there. Brings us to the top of the order once again as the center fielder Austin White heads to the plate. 2 for 3 with 2 singles and a ground out. Also has a stolen base in this evening's game. Austin White is going to be a lot of fun to watch as the season progresses. Came here out of Coastal Carolina after playing in their regional just a few weeks ago and immediately started to make an impact on this Crushers team. First offering to him is a called strike 1 on the low outside edge. Again, Ryan O'Reilly gets himself a first pitch strike. The 0-1. This one's bounced back into play. O'Reilly will charge it, pick it up. The throw to first, Gidder style, is in time for out number 3. Wow, a little fancy play from the pitcher O'Reilly. He smiles as he heads down into the dugout. And it's a very quick 1-2-3 inning for the Otters. We head to the top of the 7th. Otters still trail this one 7-2 here from Avon. Ready for the top of the 7th inning. Andy Armstrong to lead off for the Otters. Starts off with a pitch high outside and then a swinging strike low inside. And now returning to the high outside corner is Elliott Carney. 2-1 the count to Andy Armstrong. So far in the game, Andy Armstrong 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Hard swing at a high 2-1 pitch. He chases up in the zone, and the count evens at 2-2. Armstrong with a deep breath as he heads back into the box, looking at a 2-2 count. Elliott Carney, ready's on the mound, has his sign, and sends it home. Fouling it back towards the netting is Armstrong, keeping himself alive on the 2-2. The whole defense playing fairly deep in the infield, expecting Armstrong to put it just about anywhere, and they just want to grab the out. 2-2, the count to Andy Armstrong. On the way, sent right back up the middle. Irizarry makes a tough play at short. The throw just beats Armstrong at first for out number 1. 6-3 the putout, and we head to the top of the order where Miles Gordon is searching for his second hit of the game. 1 for 2 with a single strikeout and walk. He's been stranded at third both times he's reached base. So far, the only offense on the board for the Otters was a 2-run home run in the second inning by Justin Felix. First pitch to him. Off speed, just stays high for ball 1 to Miles Gordon. Gordon quickly back in the zone, ready for the next pitch already. And Carney will give it. That one looked a little bit inside, but it is called strike 1. So the count evens up at a ball and a strike. These two teams face off once more tomorrow. 1:05 Central, 2:05 local time here. The 1-1 to Miles Gordon. Takes another pitch inside. He's ahead in the count 2-1 now. And stepping off the mound is Elliott Carney. He's going to take a couple steps to walk around and ready himself. Back into the zone goes Elliott Carney, getting ready to deliver on a 2-1 pitch to Miles Gordon. And here comes the 2-1. Off speed, catches zone, and the count evens up at 2-2. That's a really solid pitch there. Slowed it down, but out of the hand, it looked like a fastball from Elliott Carney. And the count evens up at 2-2. A 2-2 is fouled through and caught by the catcher Combs for out number 2, the second strikeout of the day for Miles Gordon. And it's the second of the day for Elliott Carney. With that, the first baseman, Zac Biermann, heads to the plate. All 3 of his plate appearances so far in the game have resulted in walks. Carney ready with the first pitch to Zac Biermann. First pitch he sees, he skies out towards shallow right field, dropping back as Figuerito. And he brings it in for the third out of the inning. Very quick inning defensively for the Crushers. And after the top of the 7th, Otters still trail by 5 here from Avon, Ohio. And we've stretched in Avon, ready for the bottom of the 7th inning. Ryan O'Reilly returns to the mound for the Otters. He's been very good since he entered this game in that bottom of the 3rd inning. Here as we enter the 7th, he is currently sitting at just 1 run allowed on 2 hits through 3 1/3 innings. 2 strikeouts, no walks for him. First pitch home is a called strike 1 on the inside edge. And that's something that both Pastora and O'Reilly have done exceptionally tonight. Start off the counts with called strikes to put yourself in a position to win the at-bat. The 0-1 is struck hard towards the right field corner, and it goes just a hair foul. It'll end up in the stands. I think it's the 4th ball tonight we've seen hook down that right field line and stay just a hair foul. Defense is playing as if they think Keenan Irizarry might really strike one hard to the right side. Armstrong's playing in shallow right field. The 0-2 to Irizarry. Works high inside. He has to stretch out of the way to make sure it doesn't hit him. Counts at 1-2 now. O'Reilly all of a sudden ready for the 1-2. Bounces it past Justin Felix. Nobody on, so it doesn't matter this time. But the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. O'Reilly's ready on the mound. He's just waiting for Irizarry to get back to the plate. He is finally there. And O'Reilly kicks and deals on the 2-2. Swinging strike 3. And it's the first time Keenan Irizarry's been sat down today. He was 3 for 3 entering the at-bat. And it's a German-American bank strikeout, the 3rd of the day for Ryan O'Reilly. It'll bring up the first baseman, Jackson Valera, who so far in the game is 0 for 2, being hit by a pitch in the 3rd, fouling out in the 1st, and grounding out in the 4th. O'Reilly sat down the last 6 crushers he's seen in order. The 1-0 is on its way to Jackson Valera now. Sends it through the gap between 1st and 2nd, and he's got himself a 1-out base hit. It's his first hit of the game, and that brings up the left fielder, Jake Gidder. Even though Gidder is 0 for 2 on the day, he has a RBI ground into fielder's choice, an RBI walk, and a strikeout there in the 5th. Gidder is a lefty, the second one that O'Reilly will face here in this at-bat. Statistically on the year, O'Reilly is pretty much even, whether it's a righty or lefty. Each of them are batting .240 against him. First pitch to the lefty Gidder here is fouled back towards the netting for strike 1. Otters are being out-hit once again, 8-4 in this game. Their 4 hits are a single from Khalil right before a 2-run home run from Felix, and then a single from Gordon and a double from Mcnamee. Otters have stranded 3 separate runners at third base this evening, and that's the story of the game. The 0-1 just misses outside, and O'Reilly will have the count evened up on him at a ball and a strike. Series and road trip finish up tomorrow. 2:05 first pitch here from Avon, Ohio. It's 1:05 there in Evansville for first pitch. The 1-1 towards Gidder. He launches this high, foul, and will it get out of play? It will. Ends up on the concourse to the left side. So he will, even though down in the counts, get to head back to the plate. Now looking at a 1-2 ball strike count. O'Reilly readies. Has a quick glance over towards first. Now sends home the 1-2. It's sent out towards center field. Gordon racing in, and it'll drop in front of him. Back-to-back one-out singles here in the 7th inning for the Crushers. And they have runners on first and second, with the hard-hitting third baseman Connor Owings heading to the plate. He has a couple RBIs in the game already, a solo home run in the 5th, a sac fly RBI in the 3rd, a accidental ground out in the 1st. Doesn't look like Max Peterson's going to go have a talk with his pitcher quite yet. Saw him take a step onto one of the steps of the dugout, but he decided to stay put. Let O'Reilly see this out. Otters are in double play depth, hoping to end the inning that way. First pitch is on the way. Swinging strike one from Owings. Hefty cut that he just whiffed on, just over the top of the ball. O'Reilly really taking his time now between pitches. A look out towards second, and here comes the 0-1 to Owings. High, ball one, probably eye level high. Pretty easy one for Owings to lay off. No action in either bullpen as of right now, as we are currently in this back third of this one. Otters trail by 5, only have 6 offensive outs left to work with. They've got to get it going quickly. The 1-1 is foul tipped into the glove of Felix, and it puts Ryan O'Reilly ahead in the count 1-2 now. Tell you what, if the Otters are able to score each of those 3 runners from third in those 3 opportunities they had, then they're only down 2 in this game, and it's a whole different look of things. But instead, they trail by 5 as we sit in the bottom of the 7th inning. The 1-2 towards Owings. It works in towards his hands. He stretches out of the way, and count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Otters and Crushers will only face one more time all year. That'll be at the beginning of August. A 3-game set back here in Avon. 2-2 the count. Pitch is on the way. A check swing, and it does stay too far inside. And the count's now full to Connor Owings. Good work from him to battle his way back in this count. There's runners on first and second with 1 out after back-to-back singles from Valera and Gidder. Now there's a full count to Connor Owings. Pitch is on the way towards him. He drives it out towards left field. Baez works his way back a little bit and will bring it in for out number 2. No runners will advance. And there's 2 on, 2 down now here in the 7th. It'll bring up the second baseman, Coco Figuerito, who is one of 2 Crushers that have not reached base safely yet in this game. Long time between pitches here as Figuerito, first of all, is taking his time to get to the box, and O'Reilly was taking a little walk around the mound before he hopped up on there. O'Reilly has his sign ready to go. A glance out towards second, and here comes the first pitch. Works way high for ball 1. Otters are trying to keep some distance between them and the rest of the West Division pack. They've already fallen 2.5 games back of Washington here in the West Division. They're hoping to grab a couple games in this road trip so that they keep Joliet far enough behind that Joliet couldn't overtake them if they won some games in the homestand. The 1-0 again misses high. This one's 2-0 now. Going into today, Otters were 2.5 back of Washington. Joliet is 5.5 back of the lead, just 3 games back of the Otters. So if things go their way in Evansville, they could snag that second place. A reminder that only the top 3 teams will reach the playoffs at the end of the 96-game regular season. A 2-0 looked really good. It must have missed on the outside edge. And O'Reilly's down to a 3-0 count. Risking walking the bases loaded. The Otters have nobody warming up at this point. That big 5th inning given up by Steve Pastora is starting to haunt the Otters. The 3-0, and it's ball 4 in the low outside corner. Really close pitch there. Felix tried to help frame, and out comes Max Peterson to go have a talk with his pitcher, Ryan O'Reilly. Bases are now loaded with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. O'Reilly just needs 1 to take us to the 8th. Started off the 7th with a strikeout of Irizarry, then gave up back-to-back singles for Valera and Gidder. A flyout by Owings set up the walk here from Figuerito that has the bases loaded. The entire infield comes in to have a talk. And the infielders pass around the rosin bag. Up comes home plate umpire Steve Miller to let him know that they've run out of time. And he will walk Max Peterson back towards his dugout. It all brings up the catcher, Casey Combs, who currently has one of the base hits that really is setting this game apart. A 2-run double back in the 3rd inning that helped solidify that big lead for the Crushers at that point. First pitch towards Combs. High, ball 1. Combs just traded to this Lake Erie team this morning from Florence. In fact, the Otters faced him a couple of times there in the road trip at Florence earlier this week. I tell you, Lake Erie has kind of had a revolving door of catchers this year. We've seen almost a different, or we have seen at least one different one in every single series that the Otters have played them now. As O'Reilly gets a called strike on the low inside corner to even the count of the ball and a strike. The 1-1 from O'Reilly. Works a bit too far inside. The count's 2-1. So on one half, the Otters have pitchers that are struggling to hit the zone. On the other side, the pitches they get really close are just not getting called. They're almost having to have all of their strikes come from swinging strikes, and that's what's resulted in the base hits. The 2-1 towards Combs. He half swings, check swings in time though, and it's ball 3, 3-1 the count. O'Reilly taking his time getting back up on the bump, trying to avoid walking in another run. The 3-1 works a tad bit inside, and a run will walk home for the second time this evening. It's an RBI walk for Casey Combs. With the bases loaded, Valera scores, Gidder reaches 3rd, Figuerito goes to 2nd, and the designated hitter, Danny Perez, will head to the plate. He's the last Crusher that has not reached base. Still no action in either bullpen. Otters now trail by 6 in the bottom of the 8th inning. And Evansville's down to their last 6 offensive outs, so they're going to have to get it working very quickly. Ball sent on the ground towards Armstrong. He'll just toss over to first for the 3rd out, but not before a bases-loaded walk scores another run for the Crushers. And after 7 full, it's Lake Erie 8, Evansville 2 on the Otters Digital Network. Evansville heads back to the plate, down by 6 in the top of the 8th inning. Jeffrey Baez, Steven Sinsley, and Elijah Mcnamee due up for him. Got to get it going quickly. Got to score a couple of runs. Cannot leave all 6 to be done in the 9th inning. If the Otters were able to come back and win, it would be their biggest comeback of the season. Currently 4 is their biggest one. First offering to Jeffrey Baez. On the way home now. Stays a bit high for ball 1. Defense is set up straight up for Jeffrey Baez, deep in the outfield. The 1-0. He checks his swing as the pitch stays low. Stays low enough to be ball 2. And the 2-0 on the way home. Baez thinks about going again. Check swings again, and it's again a ball. 3-0 the count. Baez way ahead in this count. The 3-0 is on the way towards him now. He watches it go by for a called strike 1. That one was pretty much dead center of the zone. Three balls, 1 strike. Zoomed out to left field by Baez. If it's fair, it's gone. Say goodbye. Oh my, that cleared the whole hill out there in left field. A booming home run for Jeffrey Baez. The kids might go running after that one. I don't know if they'll find it. A huge home run for Jeffrey Baez has brought the Otters 1 run closer. Tell you what, that one we all saw off the bat, but I'm not sure anyone saw it land. It's one of the biggest home runs that we've seen yet this year from the Otters. And they're still down 5, though. Steven Sinsley headed up to the plate now. Sinsley so far on the day, 2 foul outs to third base. Both of them had an opportunity with a runner at third. He also grounded into a fielder's choice. Another pop foul to the third base side, but it'll end up on top of the press box over there. And the count is quickly 0-1 to Jeffrey Baez. Steven Sinsley. It's Sinsley, Mcnamee, and Davis now due up in the inning. As Sinsley's looking at an 0-1. Pitch is on the way towards him for a called strike 2. Nice pitch there from Elliott Carney, who has really put a good game of relief together for Lake Erie. I mean, really 2 swings of the bat is all that has given the Otters any runs tonight. Meanwhile, Lake Erie has put together a lot of good offense. 2 home runs is the only thing separating the Otters from a shutout. Really sitting on a fastball was Sinsley there. Swung way early and fouled a ball off to the right side, bouncing towards the stands. The count's 0-2. Elliott Carney waiting a long time before the offering here on the 0-2 to Steven Sinsley. Pitch is on the way. Sinsley check swings on a pitch that bounced about halfway to the plate. And the count's 1-2. Sinsley still looking for a base hit in this game. In fact, Sinsley's still looking for a base hit in this series. Managed to walk a couple times last night, reach on a fielder's choice this evening. The 1-2. Zoom to the right side, right at the first baseman, who will bring it in on a line for out number 1. So with one across and one out, the right fielder Elijah Mcnamee heads to the plate. He doubled in the sixth, managed to make it to third, but was stranded at third. With the hit, he extended his on-base streak to 29 straight games. Mcnamee dug in at the plate, and he's ready for the first offering of his at-bat. Pitch is on the way. Slowly comes across for a called strike one. Mcnamee already dug back in, ready for his next chance. He's down in the count 0-1 with nobody on and one out. Otters trail by 5. The 0-1, called strike right across the heart of the plate, and he's quickly down in the count 0-2. He looked like sitting fastball. Both of the first two pitches got 2 off speeds. They both fell into the zone for called strikes. Mcnamee ready for the 0-2. Elliott Carney kicks and delivers it towards him, and he swings and misses at a pitch that bounces in. It's a strikeout for Elijah Mcnamee, the second of the day for him, and the third strikeout for Elliott Carney in relief. It'll bring up the third baseman, J.R. Davis, who's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a flyout in this one. Davis managed a pair of hits last night, still trying to find one this evening in what is probably his last time at the plate. If Davis can find his way on base, George Khalil is on deck. Khalil's had a couple of really hard hit balls tonight, but has only been credited with 1 base hit. The other one's good defensive plays stopped them. First pitch to Davis, sent down the left field line, and it's down for extra bases. Finally picked up by the left fielder Gidder, and it is going to be a stand-up double for J.R. Davis. Ends up being a pretty close play there at second, but he manages to reach on a hard hit ball down the left field line. And it's a 2-out base hit for the Otters, something they've become all too familiar with this season, getting base hits with 2 outs and not having any outs to help out their base runners. It'll bring up George Khalil, who's 1 for 3 with a hard hit single in the second inning, but it was his first hit. Managed to sneak it between the first baseman and second baseman on the right side to get himself a single. This time he's got a runner on second and 2 outs on the board. First pitch to him. A foul tip sent right back towards the netting. And he's quickly down 0-1 in the count. Otters are 4 offensive outs away from dropping their second straight series after they had won every Western Division series they had played thus far. The 0-1 to Khalil, way behind that fastball, and he goes down 0-2 in the count now. Seemed like a half-hearted swing, and he's asking for pine tar as he must have thought he was just losing some grip, but they tell him to get back to the plate, I guess. He asked for it. It looked like they were going to grab it, and then all of a sudden he turned around and walked back to the plate. So he's looking at an 0-2 count with 2 outs and a runner on second, trying to help the Otters claw their way back into this one. The 0-2. Off speed in the dirt. They checked to see if he went. No, he did not. And his count evens up. Big opportunity for Khalil here. If he can make it on base, Justin Felix is on deck ready to hit. Already with a home run in the game. The 1-2 to Khalil. Swinging, or a half swing. They said yes, he did go. So it's a strikeout for Khalil, his second of the game, the 4th of the game for Elliott Carney. And we head to the bottom half of the 8th inning Otters still trail by 5 in this one, despite a solo home run from Jeffrey Baez. It's time for the bottom of the 8th from Avon, Ohio. Ryan O'Reilly going to see this one out to the end, it seems, for the Otters. Struggled just a bit in the 7th inning, ended up walking a run home. And the first pitch from Sean Cheely is fouled off his foot. He immediately falls over. Those don't feel good at all, and immediately out come the training staff for him. He shows thumbs up and waves them all back to the dugout. Those never feel good, but just walking a few steps usually do enough to walk it off and you're good to keep going. Usually enough adrenaline going too probably helps. Otters are playing towards the edges, trying to limit the extra base hits here. Crushers have a man warming up in their bullpen. It is Kenny Wells, who we thought we were going to see last night, ended up sitting back down. Wells, a 6'0", 195-pounder. And O'Reilly misses on the high inside corner. The count evens up at a ball and a strike. O'Reilly again sends one home, and it's through the gap between first and second. Down for another base hit for the Crushers. This one leads off the 8th inning. It'll bring up the leadoff man for the Crushers, center fielder Austin White, who is 2 for 4. Started off his day with a pair of singles. Since then, 2 groundouts. He's one of the many lefties throughout this lineup. And he's stepping in ready for his first opportunity. Hard pitch from O'Reilly is fouled off to the left side out towards the parking lot, past the third base concourse. And the count's 0-1. Really neat ballpark here at Mercy Health Stadium. If you missed me talking about it a little bit last night, it's where they play the MAC, which is a conference in the Division I NCAA. It's where they play the MAC Baseball Conference Championships. It is a beautiful ballpark for baseball. 0-1 is on the way towards Austin White for a called strike 2, and he's down 0-2 in the count. It's built to host 5,000, and I guess when the original owner of the team, back when the stadium was built, wanted to have his own suite right behind home plate. That's why the press box is over here on the third base side, skewed off to the side. The 0-2 sent right back up the middle, picked up by O'Reilly. He'll go out to second, and I was going to say for one, but I guess by the time Khalil brought it into his glove, he was already off the base, so no outs will be picked up after the errant throw by O'Reilly. An error on him allows the runner to reach. And there's now runners on first and second. So that'll bring up the shortstop, Keenan Irizarry. They'll actually say a fielder's choice and an error on the pitcher because he optioned to go to second instead. Here comes the first pitch home. Bounces in for ball one towards Keenan Irizarry. Long wait on the mound for Ryan O'Reilly between some of these pitches. 1-0 is the count. Pitch is on the way to Irizarry. Watches it go by low for ball two. And again, O'Reilly finds himself back in a count. Standing on first is Austin White. Sean Cheeley out there at second. No outs here in the bottom of the eighth. Crushers are just looking for insurance. The 2-0 from Ryan O'Reilly. Called. Strike one. It's uplifting. You know, it's hard to find positives in a game like this that has been really controlled well by the Crushers, but it's certainly a positive to look at the game Ryan O'Reilly's had in relief. He's only given up 2 runs, though he's given up a lot of base hits. It's similar to what he's done all year long, given up base hits, but backed it up with being able to get out of it as he finds the zone again and takes the count to 2-2. I think he's been very effective in this game. Outside of the tough inning where he walked one home, he's only given up 2 runs. So in the grand scheme of things, I think there's a lot for him to hang his hat on and be proud of in this relief opportunity. And I think it's enough to keep him on the starting rotation, which I'm sure he was supposed to, but they wanted to give Pastora his opportunity. The 2-2, way inside, and the count is now full for Keenan Irizarry. Otters thought they were going to get a double play on Austin White's blooper back up the middle, but the Otters were unable to get either of the outs. As we now sit here in the bottom of the eighth, no outs, runners on first and second, and a full count towards Keenan Irizarry, who has certainly been the best hitter thus far for Lake Erie in this set. The 3-2. It's clipped foul, and staying alive is Irizarry. So everyone will take a breath here, and we're still waiting on the payoff pitch. We've passed the 3-hour mark in this game. Sitting just past it, actually. Payoff pitch once again from Ryan O'Reilly with runners on first and second and no outs in the eighth. Otters desperately need an out. Here comes the payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with no outs. Irizarry's on first, White's on second, Cheeley's at third, and it brings up the Heavy hitting first baseman Jackson Valera, who had a single back in the 7th inning to help keep that big inning alive. O'Reilly's managed to get himself a lot of close pitches, but they just haven't been close enough to be considered strikes. And an arm will hop up for the Otters in right field. It looks like Samson Abernathy's starting to throw. First pitch to Valera, a called strike on the high inside corner from Ryan O'Reilly. Surprised to see the Otters bring up a man out in right field. Still down 5 in the game, down to their last 3 outs. I thought for sure they would just try to keep a hold of the entire bullpen arms available for tomorrow, I guess. The 1-0, right back up the middle, through for a base hit. 1 run's going to score. A second run heading home will score easily as well. It's a 2-run single from Jackson Valera. It scores White from second. It scores Chile from third. Keenan Irizarry makes it to second. And the lead is now 7 for Lake Erie. So the cleanup man, Jake Gidder, heads to the plate. Already has 2 RBIs on the day, even though he's 1 for 3. O'Reilly has runners on first and second behind him with no outs. Ready for the first pitch towards Jake Gidder. Kicks and delivers. Gidder, hefty swing, and he was way out in front of the off speed. Down in the count 0-1. No balls, 1 strike to Jake Gidder. O'Reilly shakes off a couple of pitches and then finally nods. And here comes the 0-1. Pitch right at the letters is a called strike. 0-2 the count now. Feels like the first time all inning that O'Reilly's caught the zone twice in a row. Still no outs in the bottom of the 8th. Crushers have already scored a pair of runs. The 0-2 towards Gidder, and it's in the dirt for ball 1. Felix does good work to stay in front of it, keep the runners put. The Otters could have had a double play in this inning, but O'Reilly just overthrew second, or just side through second. Khalil wasn't able to keep his foot on the bag, and no outs were recorded. And that's why we're still outless in the bottom of the 8th. And the Crushers have scored a pair of runs. There's runners on first and second. No outs. A 1-2 count to Jake Gidder, who already has a couple RBIs in the game. A new look Crushers team is starting to put together a couple of impressive wins. The 1-2 in the dirt yet again. It gets past Felix, and both runners are going to advance 90 feet. No outs, and there's now runners at second and third for the Crushers, and the count's 2-2 to Jake Gidder. Not what the Otters wanted to see happen there. Giving away free bases. Gidder still looking at a 2-2 count, but now he's got 2 in scoring position. O'Reilly takes a deep breath on the mound. Fires home on the 2-2. It's fouled off towards the netting behind home plate, so the count will remain at 2 balls, 2 strikes. And now, I believe that's George Khalil running towards the Otters dugout, grabbing his eyes. Not sure if he lost a contact or something. It looks like he was given just a couple of paper towels with water on them to rub off something on his forehead or eyes right in there. Now the athletic trainer, Manny Flagg, is giving attention to him. It's a 2-2 count to Jake Gidder. There's runners on second and third now for the Crushers. Still no outs here in the bottom of the eighth. All is well with George Khalil. He's on his way back out there. He is sharing a couple of words with Jackson Valera, the runner out there at second. I think he was the one who noticed it. But it does seem as if we're ready to go on the 2-2 now. O'Reilly readies himself and fires home. A half swing. Did he go? And the home plate umpire says, yes, he did, for a swinging strike three. And finally, O'Reilly's able to pick up the first out of the inning. It's his fourth of the game. And that'll bring up the third baseman, Connor Owings. Powerful hitter in Connor Owings. Has a solo home run in the fifth, a sac fly RBI in the third, and a long fly out in the seventh. Wide open stance from Owings, and now he closes it up a bit. First pitch on the way. Zooms it down the right field line, down for a base hit. One run's going to score. A second run's going to score very easily. Ball finally picked up by Mcnamee, and it's a stand-up two-run double from Connor Owings to extend the lead to 9 for the Crushers here in the eighth inning. And out comes Max Peterson towards the mound, and he's already pointing out towards the bullpen. We'll get another call to the bullpen. We'll let you know who it is right after this. Otters now trail by a whole bunch in the bottom of the eighth inning. Samson Abernathy out of the bullpen for the Otters. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Abernathy on the mound, Felix behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Or you can give them a call at 812-475-9000. Let them know that Evan the Otter sent you their way. So a big chance here for the Crushers to keep extending their lead. They lead by 9 now. Abernathy starts off with a ball high. Counts at 1-0. Abernathy's last appearance came back in the middle game at Florence, where he gave up 6 runs on 5 hits in 1 inning of work. There in the closing stages of one of those 3 games. The 1-0 from him. Sent right back up the middle. Picked up by Khalil. He'll fire over to first in time for out number 2. But the runner does advance 90 feet. 6-3 fielder's choice, officially in the book. And the catcher, Casey Combs, will head to the plate with 3 RBIs already in his debut with the Crushers after being traded here this morning. He was a Florence Y'all earlier in the week. In fact, the Otters played against him for a couple games. First pitch from Abernathy. Called, strike 1. Abernathy so far this season has inherited 9 runners. He's allowed 7 of those 9 to score. This is the 10th runner this year he's inherited, trying to keep him on the base paths. The 0-1 stays a bit low, and the count evens up at a ball and a strike. Taking his time to get back into the box is Casey Combs, looking at a 1-1 count. Deep breath from Abernathy. Fires home on the 1-1. Fastball stays high, but he gets a swinging strike to take the count to 1-2. Abernathy could find one more strike. He would end the inning with a strikeout and really help the Otters out of a little bit of a bind. 1-2 the count. Abernathy readies himself and fires on the 1-2. A swinging strike 3 will end the half inning, but 4 more runs score for the Crushers. They lead by 9 as we head to the top of the 9th inning. Otters have a ton of ground to make up. Pitching change as we head to the top of the 9th. Entering the game for the Crushers will be Kenny Wells. Wells is a 6'0", 195-pound righty. This call to bullpen is presented by Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Wells on the mound. Combs behind the plate. The pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or you can give them a call at 812-475-9000. Set to start off the half inning for the Otters is Justin Felix, the catcher. He's 1 for 2 with a 2-run home run back in the second inning. He's responsible for 2 of the 3 runs the Otters have scored all night long. First pitch he sees is a called strike 1 on the inside half. Does look like Andy Armstrong is still set up to be the next batter. No pinch hitting in this opportunity. The 0-1 on the way to Felix. Works that way inside. And the count evens up at 1 ball, 1 strike. These two squads will face off once more tomorrow to end the 3-game set. 1:05 first pitch Evansville time, 2:05 first pitch time here in Avon. The 1-1 stays inside as well, and ahead in the count is Felix at 2-1. Got a couple of final scores around the league that we'll walk through in the post-game show, including a game that is still going on that has a ton of scoring. More on that in a second as a called strike 2 evens Justin Felix's count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Felix is looking for some consistency. If he can turn a hit today into another hit tomorrow and start to bring 2, 3, 4 hits together, that's when he'll really start to find a groove and become a important need in this lineup every single night, both offensively and defensively. We already know what he offers defensively as a catcher, but it's all about finding a way to make him a well-rounded player that can hit the ball very well as well. Looking at a 3-2 count with no outs here in the top of the 9th inning. The payoff pitch is a called strike 3 on the lower edge. Felix can't believe it. And he was already getting ready to toss the bat thinking that it was a walk. Instead, now he is walking slowly back towards the dugout with a called strike 3, his first strikeout of the night. And that will bring up the second baseman, Andy Armstrong, who's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a groundout. First pitch is a called strike, about elbow high, across the inside edge of the plate. Kenny Wells ready on the mound, fires home the 0-1. That one works way high and inside, and Armstrong has to duck out of the way as his count evens up at a ball and a strike. Wells nods at the first pitch the first sign he's given, and the 1-1 is a called strike 2 right down the middle on the fastball. Outfield and infield all set up pretty much straight up all the way around. 1-2 the count to Andy Armstrong. He pulls a hit to the left side past the diving shortstop of Erie, and he gets his first base hit of the day on a hard hit single. That'll bring up the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, center fielder Miles Gordon. Miles Gordon has 1 base hit, a single in the 5th. He moved himself over to third eventually in that at-bat, just like he did in the first inning. Both times, though he was on third, he was left stranded there as well. First pitch to Gordon, called strike 1, about belt high. The entire Crushers defense playing at double play depth. Pitch works inside. Did it hit Miles Gordon? I believe it did. Looked like it hit off his foot and then hit off the catcher. And they say it did hit off Gordon. So he will head to first, and there's runners on first and second with 1 out in the 9th. That'll bring up the first baseman, Zac Biermann, who's 0 for 1 in the game with a pop-up in the 7th. His other 3 appearances at the plates have all been walks. And he was part of fielders' choices in 2 of those opportunities. One time he was stranded at second after a stolen base. Well, even if Biermann does what he does best, and that's hit home runs, you're still down 6 in this game. The tough truth of being down a handful in the 9th. First pitch is low inside, ball 1 for Zac Biermann. Biermann does still lead the Frontier League in home runs with 13. He hit number 13 last night. The Otters are the league's top home run hitting team with 62 on the year. In fact, they have more home runs than they have doubles. 1-1 is the count to Zac Biermann after a called strike 1. Wells sends it towards him. He gets way underneath it and fouls it back over the press box and towards the parking lot. And the count's at 1-2 for Biermann. 1 ball, 2 strikes as the pitch is sent home towards Biermann. Again, fouls it to the exact same spot over the press box and towards the parking lot. So if you left the game early, you might have a couple of balls headed your way. 1-2 is the count towards Biermann with 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Otters are down by 9. Hefty swinging strike 3, and Biermann will sit down with a strikeout. His first strikeout of the game, and the second of the game for Kenny Wells. That'll bring up the left fielder Jeffrey Baez, who's 1 for 4, had a solo home run in the 8th, and a strikeout, double play, and pop out round out the rest of his day. Baez dug in with 2 outs and runners on first and second. First pitch to him is a called strike on the very low edge of the plate. Deep breath on the mound from Kenny Wells. Looking at an 0-1 count towards Jeffrey Baez. Pitch sent home, and it's right at the elbows for a called strike 2. Otters are down to their last strike. And just like that, the Crusher faithful will rise to their feet and start to clap for their pitcher, Kenny Wells, who fires home on the 0-2. It's a swinging strike 3, and that will end the game. Crushers win this one big, 12-3 over the Otters. It ends with a swinging strikeout for Jeffrey Baez. We'll go ahead and keep it right here for the postgame. The game started, well, in a way that kind of favored the Otters. They were able to bounce back after a first inning that the Crushers scored a run in. Pastora was able to get himself out of a little bit of a jam, only giving up 1 run. That's when the Otters bounced back well. A 2-run home run from Justin Felix quickly gave them the lead right back. But in the bottom of the 3rd, Steve Pastora really struggled. He ends up giving up 5 runs in that bottom of the 3rd. He didn't even make it to the end of the bottom of the 3rd before Ryan O'Reilly had to come in and give him some help. After 3 innings, it was 6-2, and from there on out, the Crushers never looked back. They added on 1 more run in both the 5th and 7th innings to go up 8-2. The Otters were able to grab 1 run of relief in the 8th on a solo home run from Jeffrey Baez, but 4 more runs in the bottom of the 8th from the Crushers really cemented this game as they go on to win 12-3. They win the series, winning the first 2 games, of course, and it means that the Otters have lost 2 straight series. After winning every series they had played to start off division play, definitely on the wrong side of the series in these last couple against both Florence and Lake Erie now. The 2 sides will face again tomorrow. Before we cut it off for the night, we want to take a look through the Frontier League scoreboard presented by Fox Sports WYFX one final time. New York gets a 5-1 win at Ottawa. Big win there. Sussex County and Trois-Rivières are in a bloodbath right now. Trois-Rivières leads Sussex County 16-13 in the bottom of the 8th inning. They're from Trois-Rivières. A lot of battle going down at the racetrack there in Trois-Rivières. Gateway able to get a win at Florence, 5-3 the final there. Empire State. They might just do it, folks. Top of the 7th inning, they lead Tri-City 8-1. This could be the night we finally see the Grays get that very elusive win number 1. Schaumburg leading 5-2 over Joliet. That'd be a big win for the Boomers to even that 2-game or 3-game set at a game apiece. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Quebec up big on New Jersey, 12-0 in the 7th inning. And then finally, the Washington Wild Things and Windy City Thunderbolts tied at 5 runs apiece in the bottom of the 7th inning. That'll do it for our coverage here this evening. Otters able to take a lead in the 2nd inning, but from there on out, we're really never able to get anything started. And they fall big in this one, 12-3. The loss will go to Steve Pastora, the win to Jason Alvarez. And it certainly wasn't a save situation, but it was a solid performance from Kenny Wells in the 9th to close the door on the Otters. 12-3, the final score. The Crushers have won the series after taking games 1 and 2. We've got the series finale coming at you tomorrow at 2:05 Eastern, 1:05 Evansville time. About 10 minutes before that is when we'll kick off the pregame show here on the Otters Digital Network. For all of us here at the Evansville Otters, I'm Matthew Will. Thanks for joining us for another edition of Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network. I'll talk to you tomorrow at just a couple minutes till 1 p.m. as the Otters and Crushers conclude this 3-game set.